Or shall we go live? Mark, are we ready? We're on? Okay. So, hi. Excuse the discussions we're having up here as we get ready to get started. Welcome to our city council meeting. And perfect timing, Kelly. You can just come straight on up here because we're ready to go. So as we begin our meeting, as is our tradition, we open in prayer. And thank you, Kelly Sears, for joining us tonight to open us in prayer. So that couldn't have been better timing.
Great.
So we'll stand.
This is my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Father God, we come with hearts of gratitude tonight. That, Lord, we still live in this beautiful community, in this wonderful country. And Father, these are people that are committed people. They're dedicated. You see their hearts. You see that they want wisdom from you. They want wisdom for the decisions that they're making, for the things they're putting forward. Lord, I just thank you that they're all invested in the lives and the betterment of this community. Would you lay your hand of blessing upon them? Would you grant them the wisdom that they need and they want? Lord, would you put your favor upon them, your provision, and everything they need to make decisions for all of our sakes. Father, thank you again for our mayor and for the council that serves her and serves this community. Lay your hand heavy upon them, and we pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kelly, thank you so much. It's an important tradition we have, and thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, let's begin our evening with roll call.
Rodriguez? Here. Werner? Here. Hutchie?
Here.
Levi? Haverfield? Here. And Bauer?
I am unaware of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council or legal, is anyone aware of any changes or proposed amendments? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve it as stated.
Move.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Hutchie?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Haverfield?
Yes.
We do not have any proclamations this evening, so we'll move on to any Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. And this is a reminder, this is for Nampa residents, rather than anyone from outside the area that's wanting to speak. Do we have someone signed up?
We do. We have Cindy Hartley for item 5.7 on the agenda.
Hi, Cindy, come on forward. Huh?
I'm going to take that now as for 5.7.
Well, 5.7 is not a public item, it's yeah. Cindy, thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it. Mark, thank you so much.
Face the audience?
You can face us because you'll be here to address us.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
My name is Cindy Hartley. I am here for two reasons. I am here to read a letter from the Bike and Pedestrian Committee of Nampa concerning item 5.7, the project on Roosevelt Avenue between Midland and Middleton, as well as to be a voice for the disabled citizens of this great city on the same project. First, I'll start with the letter from the committee. Regarding the Roosevelt Restriping Project, Dear Mayor and City Council members, the Nampa Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee would like to respond to item 5.7 on the August 16th, 2021 City Council meeting agenda. According to the Nampa Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan Vision Statement, Nampa will work to improve the quality of life, community health, and recreational access by connecting neighborhoods and destinations through safe walking and bicycling facilities. The goals listed in the plan address safety, connectivity, health, and livability. The Roosevelt Restriping Project creates connectivity for cyclists between Midland and Middleton and to the Wilson Pathway. It also creates an increased area of visibility for vehicle drivers to see pedestrians wanting to cross over from north to south on the pathway. From a regional perspective, it will also further enhance connectivity from Nampa out to Lake Lowell as identified in the adopted Lake Lowell Area Bicycle and Pedestrian Access Plan. Accordingly, after discussion and action taken at our most recent meeting last week, Nampa Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee affirmatively supports implementation of the new proposed bike lanes to be created through restriping. We thank you for consideration of this project. Sincerely, Philip A. Peterson, Vice Chairman. So that is the official voice of the Bike and Ped Committee. But I would also like to share mine, because I believe, and I'm not trying to be conceited here, but I believe I present a bit of more of a unique perspective than most can say. I am in a wheelchair. I try to travel these streets in Nampa, these streets that don't have complete sidewalk access, these streets that push pedestrians and cyclists, kids, elderly, students, trail users, the disabled, the able-bodied, we're all pushed into the street on a regular basis. And Roosevelt Avenue is one of those streets, and it's a dangerous one because it's busy. The sidewalks are not complete, and where they are complete, you have problems with compliance of homeowners having their bushes overgrowing the sidewalk, pushing you to balance on curbs. You have problems where the ramps are either missing or broken. You have problems where kids kick rocks into the path. Someone like me can't get through that. So what do we have to do? We have to drive out there with the cars. As it is right now, that's a death wish. I almost died just 2 weeks ago on a similar street, Lone Star, across from West Park, just trying to go to the grocery store because of lack of access. So I urge all of you, when you consider this pathway, don't consider just cars and bikes, parked cars versus bike lanes. Consider a complete street view. A complete street remembers everyone, the cars, the bicycles, and the most vulnerable citizens of our city, the disabled, the youth, the elderly, those of us who are having to jump in that street with those cars. A bike lane would not only help open up sight distance, which would protect everyone from tragedy that doesn't have to happen because of being able to see each other, but it also would create a protected pathway for when we are forced into the street because of lack of sidewalk access the whole way through. And isn't that what we all want? Protected access for the entire city? And that's what I came here to say.
Thank you so much for coming. And so, it's Cindy, right?
Yes.
Has come into our office over the last couple of years and brought her boys in. And I realize now that when you're out and about, your boys many times are with you, probably, which is a risk for your children.
Yes.
Yes. I just want to say thank you so much for coming. Thank you for helping us become more aware. It's really important.
Thank you.
And so it's good to put a face and the reality, because it's easy to think, sometimes we lose the humanity, right, of this is a person. This is a person with kids. This is a person that you didn't used to have to be in a wheelchair, but today where you need it, and it's been a whole different world for you, hasn't it?
Yes, before the wheelchair, I could stumble over the rocks. I could stumble over the broken ramps. I could stumble through the grass when the sidewalks are missing. But with the chair, you don't have that option. With the chair, you're fighting cars that are higher than you and faster than you and bigger than you. They can't see you, and you can't get out of their way fast enough if they run into you, into your area. So a protected bike lane, it doesn't just help bicycles. It doesn't just become a battle between cars and bikes. It's for the whole city. Pedestrians included, especially the disabled, elderly, and youth are most vulnerable. We need this. And that's what I'm asking you all to consider. But to remember the vulnerable, the most vulnerable, as well as the common. So,
Mayor?
Yes.
Cindy, thank you for your perspective. Are you going to be attending the Looking Glass Academy next week?
yes, I will be.
I'm so glad your perspective will be really important for that.
I am going to learn more as well as to help be a representative for the safety audit that was done at Roosevelt and Midland. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you. And thank you all for your time and attention. I appreciate it.
It's good to see you. Thank you.
Oh. Sorry.
Good catch.
Can you
Good
tell him
save.
he can? Oh.
Next up, we have Bob Gaddis.
Hi, Bob. I think we forgot. I can't remember if we asked for. Go ahead and give us your address, and thank you for joining us this evening.
I'm Bob Gaddis. I live at 503 19th Avenue South. I've been a resident of Nampa for about 2 weeks, short of 65 years. I have a couple issues I'd like to touch on, and actually one more possibly real briefly. You guys are going to shut our water, irrigation water off the 5th or 7th of September, whatever it was. That's about 20% of the season. We should be reimbursed for that period of time that we don't receive water. I don't think any of you would be happy if you did business with somebody that only gave you 80% of what you paid for. We're probably going to lose a lawn at one of the rentals that I manage because we're not going to have the water to water. And if we'd have had another month's worth of water, it would have been fine, especially when it cooled down. So I think that's only reasonable that we either get the water or we be paid back. And we're talking thousands of dollars throughout the city when you add that up. You know, that's pretty good profit for the city. Second thing is there have been a couple occasions here recently where someone has been denied a liquor license for pretty much religious or personal reasons by one of the council members, or more than one of the council members apparently. To me, that's totally unreasonable. People have come in, and I'm talking right now about the griddle primarily. I think that was the last one. Those folks came into this town, and I have no contact, had nothing to do with them. They came into this town and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars developing their business. They want to conduct a legal type of business, and this council has denied that. To me, that's totally unreasonable. If somebody doesn't want to do business with somebody that has a liquor license, they have the perfect right to go on down the street. So, you know, I think that's something we should give some consideration the next time that comes up, and I think perhaps we should give some consideration to the people that own the griddle, you know. And, well, Mr. Bruner was in the food business for many years. The beverage and desserts are the vast majority of the profit in a restaurant, and you've taken that away from them. So I think that's just, well, very unfair to them. And I guess the last thing I'll say, which is going to be real unpopular, I'm sure, as far as bicycles, if we're going to provide facilities specifically for bicycles, shouldn't they pay some kind of a fee, a licensing fee, however you want to do it? But we're spending money to provide for them, and they're not contributing. And to me, that, again, that is unfair. You folks have a good evening.
Bob, you know, I just want to say thank you for coming and sharing your opinions. It is so important that our citizens do exactly what you just did, and I appreciate it. I was looking down because I was taking notes, so I was just writing down so that I remembered what you were sharing with us, and I just want to say thank you.
Well, and I appreciate that, but have I done any good?
Well, that's a good question. I think it's a very good
That
question.
seems to be the question is, I and other people's come up and we testify in front of the council, but it really isn't worth the breath we took to say it. So, you know, you might consider that as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So is there anyone here that had intended to testify or share something during this 3-minute time frame that did not get signed up? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. However, I will say, well, we're moving on to mayor and council comments. And let me find my comments real quickly. So let's start with the very comment that was just made about irrigation going off and the reimbursement. So the irrigation is being shut off, and I'm looking for, I guess that wasn't on my notes here, but Amy, I don't see that on here, so maybe I missed it. So the irrigation season, due to Pioneer Irrigation District doing their shut off September 7th, we're closing our irrigation. And Tom, is any of this is in some of your staff report, isn't it? Okay, so then when you come up and do your staff report, let's talk about it just a little bit to answer Mr. Gaddis's question, so we can talk about it then. You could ask Tom in the back. Feel free to ask him if you'd like, and he could address it during his staff comments if you'd like to. So he's right there. If you want to ask Tom, feel free to. So only because officially we can't go back, but I don't want to deny you the opportunity. So you're welcome to ask him before he comes up and talks. So we'll talk about that because I watched the Facebook comments over the weekend, and needless to say, some people are really upset. And so one of the things that we'll talk about in the staff report, we've been doing a little bit of research regarding the water shutoffs, and I think there's a lot of misunderstanding as to the why behind it. It's being attributed to growth a lot, and it isn't just about growth. I mean, and actually, the water's being used across our entire area, whether it's farm ground or whether it's a subdivision. And if you think about it, I think about Amazon that just went in. That's all concrete. They're using potable water, but they're not using irrigation water now. So some growth is absolutely not attributed to irrigation water. In fact, if anything, it's reducing our consumption of irrigation water. And I think there's a misunderstanding on that. So that's one of the things we're going to work on, getting the facts and educating. So what Amy did have down on my list today, because she helps me make sure I have the right comments. So we just finished the census. And so the census numbers came out, and it was a little bit surprising, but Nampa's official census count was 100,200. So Compass had us a little higher than that. Boise was at 235,000. Meridian was at 117,000. And Caldwell came in at 59,996. Just under, actually, it's too bad that isn't at 60,000 even, because they're only 4 short, right, for Caldwell. So anyway, so those are our new census numbers. Our CDBG funding is actually related to those numbers. And so the redistribution of certain funds is based on these numbers. So Compass will be, we were on a board call today, and they will be adjusting their projections back to what the reality, this will be the reset of where the census has us. However, I will say, though, the census ended, and we've had growth since then. So my guess is we're above that number. The question is how far. So it's a little bit difficult. The other thing I wanted to mention was Festival of the Arts, and Darren, I forgot to mention it this morning, and team, I was there yesterday, and I heard Saturday was like the day that it was crazy big, but I understand we had over 200 artisans. It was set up beautifully, and I was there yesterday. So I just want to say thank you for all your work. Thank you for bringing that to Nampa every year. It's a great festival, and thank you very much for doing so. Something we can be proud of. Also, Code Compliance held a tire drive yesterday. Well, that was on Saturday, and they collected 1,016 tires. That's quite a few tires from 55 different residents. So it takes place every other year, and it takes the involvement from several departments. And at the cost of disposing of tires, I think it's a great service to the city. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. The last thing is the reminder, the State of the City is on September 30th. Our goal is to be at the Nampa Civic Center. We'll see what happens with our COVID environment. It's going to be about our foundation and our future celebrating 130 years. So this is the 130th anniversary for our community, and that's what we're going to be celebrating as we look toward the State of the City. The last thing I wanted to mention was, and I guess I haven't sent an email. I probably should send an email out to council on this. My hope was to have the barriers up between us again. I know that several of our council members are not favorable toward that, but I will say I feel strongly about it. I don't believe we should have a mask mandate, and we obviously signed a resolution at my request that we don't mandate vaccines, that we give the opportunity to respect one another. But I will say, because of the number of people that I know right now that have COVID, the Delta variant, it is spreading like crazy. We need to, and I'm not asking that we wear masks, I'm just saying that let's protect each other up here, because the reality is I don't have time for it, and I'm sure you guys don't either, and a lot of people that have been vaccinated are getting COVID, and no matter what we think of it, I know I would be fine. I'm not worried about that. But the one thing I've said, and we talked about it today with our employees, is that we need to respect one another. And if somebody else is immunocompromised, you know what? I would wear a mask all day long to protect them, because that's what life's about. It's about caring more and doing unto others as you would have them do to you. And it's a respect issue. And so here I feel like we need to, I want to respect one another. And we are so close, and we sit here for hours. If somebody does have COVID, needless to say, we would be getting it, and we just don't have time for it. I'm sure we'd all be fine, but I don't want to spend several days at home when I have a lot better, more important things to do. So it's kind of like a common cold. If you have one, stay home. So anyway, so that's my comment, and I know Councilman Brunner has some comments.
No, I do. I just decided, Mayor, Victor and I have decided we don't need one here.
But Victor didn't agree. Did you agree to that? You agree you don't want a barrier? Well, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I do have some comments.
Okay.
You're a nice guy. Mayor, I appreciate it, and I'll try to do this as close to in 3 minutes as possible. 4 questions which need answered by NAMPA's medical administrators. And allow me to preface these following comments with 1, any personal comments are mine alone. 2, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but in favor of personal choice and no mandates for our NAMPA citizens. 3, when I see or hear follow the science from either side of the issue, I immediately stop reading or listening. First question, what is the number of individuals who have tested positive with COVID-19 with natural immunity antibodies getting COVID-19 again or the Delta variant? I spoke with 3 medical physicians in the last 10 days, and none of them were able to provide any data to this question. 1 was in favor of getting the vaccine regardless. 2 were in favor of leaving it up to the individual. 2, second question, what is the reason for individuals with COVID-19 positive tests who are not admitted to the hospital that they are not receiving therapeutics? 2 of the doctors were in favor of treatment with therapeutics prior to need for hospitalization. The favored therapeutic was ivermectin combined with a Z-Pak. 1 doctor actually stated in his or her opinion, the Hippocratic Oath is being broken by doctors not treating not positive tested individuals. Statement by this doctor, we are here to treat, not send patients home and tell them to come back if the symptoms worsen. The doctor has studied the data from a practicing MD in the country of India, who has been treating his patients with ivermectin Z-Pak combo of 15,000 plus patients he has treated following a positive test. He has had 2 die, and those both had pre-existing health conditions. Question 3, what is the plan for sufficient staffing to provide adequate health care treatment for our citizens following the dismissal of healthcare workers in September? Has anyone seen the plan? I haven't. I spoke with a delivery RN, and she said 30% of the doctors and nurses in her sector would be leaving in September. Here is a quote from a husband of an RN anesthesiologist who was on maternity leave. My wife received an email from her HR department stating there was no need for her to return to work if she had not received the vaccination. My wife is breastfeeding. 4, what is the realistic COVID risk on our children? The American Academy of Pediatrics gives the following figures as of August 5th, 2021. 4.3 million children have tested COVID positive since the outbreak. There have been 423 deaths, 0.00976%. A death of 1 child, we all know, is tragic. I searched for comparison data between COVID and flu in children and found very few studies. The studies I found, including 1 in Turkey, reported the following. Flu patients have higher hospital stays, higher rates of intensive care and ventilatory support, and higher mortality compared to COVID-19 patients. Steroid and oxygen use rates were also higher in the children hospitalized with influenza. I will add my own personal comments regarding mandatory mask mandates for children in the classroom. Most medical authorities agree cloth masks prevent droplet but not aerosol transmission. One needs to weigh the benefits of mask mandate for all children compared to reported learning deficits, lack of positive social interaction, psychological damage, besides the sanitation challenges. Please leave mask wearing decisions to the parents. Now, I would not retain my reputation without one outlandish statement. The question is it outlandish? I certainly hope so. I believe, having lived in the 60s, you can tell by this gray hair I've been around a while, and the atrocities of racial segregation, we may be heading for the same. In this case, not keeping the Negroes, as was the terminology used in the 60s, in their proper place, back of the bus, segregated schools, and even separate water fountains. Is there a chance the non-compliant vaxxers, mask wearers, will also be treated the same? Please, please, in the United States of America, let's allow personal choice, make decisions on an individual family basis, and stop passing on our fears to our children. We are blessed to live in the greatest country in the world in which we have the freedoms to get the vaccine, wear a mask, and not go into places where social distancing is a challenge. Let's be respectful of all and their freedoms to choose and stop living in fear. I personally choose to live under the covering of our Heavenly Father. The following Bible verse in Isaiah 41:3 assures me of his care and protection during these times. This protection is beyond my time on this earth. But now, this is the verse, but now this is what the Lord says. He who created you, Jacob, he who formed you, Israel, do not fear. I have redeemed you. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. Thank you.
Mayor? Is this council?
Yes, this is council comments, and yes, go ahead, Jacob.
Thank you, Darrell. Really
Councilman Bauer.
appreciate those words. I like what we did last, I guess, 2 weeks ago, and would really appreciate if maybe we did something for next council meeting where we also made masks optional as this, if the COVID thing ramps up again. I think our employees would really appreciate that, so if that's okay with council, that's something I'd like to see on the agenda, that masks would be optional as well for the cities of Nampa. And really appreciate your words, Darrell. Mean a lot to me. And, you know, it's simple. I think in this, we've been through a lot, you know, I have a high-volume clinic, and if someone wears a mask, that, you know, that kind of tells you. I think wearing the mask is if someone wears it, I don't think anyone disrespects someone for wearing the mask. It's okay. They obviously have either they have a condition or they're concerned about it. So that's when you respect those that wear the mask and you stay distance, or you put them, when I treat someone, I put the mask on if they have the mask on or they want me to wear the mask, and you socially distance from them for those that have the fear. And if you don't have that fear, you should be able to function and do the things that you want to do without having to wear such. It's personal liberty, and we need to respect both sides and respect both opinions and both sides and things like that.
Councilman Bauer, thank you for those comments. I appreciate that, and I agree with you.
And I don't want plexiglass.
Don't want plexiglass.
Mayor Cleary.
I'm mixed, and maybe we'll do it, but I want to make sure that I want to, depending on who's sitting here, I want to make sure I protect them. And that's what I'm interested in, because if you've got immunocompromised family members that you could take COVID home to, that's really serious stuff. And those are the people that I just want to make sure that we're respecting others. And so we had a discussion about masks amongst the employees, like I said earlier, and I asked them to please talk to their departments, but show respect to one another is exactly the comment. Let's show respect to one another. We haven't suggested the mandate. I've thought about it because it is a cost, and that's something that our citizens may say, you know what, if it's a cost to the city and our taxpayers are paying for it, what do you do with that? But at the same time, I want to respect our employees too. I want to respect them enough to protect them if they want to be protected, though. That's the key. So, because everybody comes from a different place. But, okay, so I think there's some other comments waiting. So I see Councilman Rodriguez, I see Councilwoman Munchie, Councilwoman Levi, Councilman Haverfield. So let's just go down the line here.
I'll go last.
Okay.
That's okay.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Darrell. That's like a breath of fresh air of what you just read. Thank you, Jacob, because you've been through your work with that. And, you know, the thing about it is that just to be careful. That's all I got to say about that. So it's been a long year, and it's been a tough year for us. And it's about personal responsibility and personal choice. That's where I stand, and I will never change that. I can't tell you what to do with your family. I can help you do with your family. But I'm going to change the subjects, Mayor, if you don't mind, just for a second. And I've had several phone calls and several emails about the irrigation bill. And Bob, I agree with you. I think we need to either prorate it, we need to figure some way, reduce the bill, do something for our community that's not going to use that water anymore. And it may not be our issue where it originated from, but it will be our result. And I think we need to do something with that. I'll be pushing for a relief of that bill. The other thing is this. When it comes to personal safety, physical safety, I should say, the last council hearing, we heard from over, oh gosh, 100 people talking about the intersections. One particular was Iowa and Middleton Road. The folks out there have continually talked about that terrible intersection that you can't see and you can't, people don't abide by our stop signs. Now, I know we're going to work on that. I know that's coming down the road. But I want to give you a different alternative. And Jeff, this is for you, Jeff Barnes. I think it would be a better situation for us as a community if we stopped using the plain old red sign that just stands there. How about we put one that are those ones that are battery operated that flash? Maybe it would get your attention. And I didn't think about it, Mayor, until I went down, what is it, Cherry and Canada? And they go boom, boom. And I thought, oh, I better stop. Well, hey, easy solution for a difficult problem. So I'd like to ask you, Council, think about it, Mayor, and see what we can do temporarily until we can get back down to business to clean up that intersection. We got to do something, because even I go through the intersection, I'm just like to take a big gulp and go, oh boy, here we go. So that's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor, I was kidding. I don't need to go last. I just send us people that go, no, here we go. Oh, you all, it's hard to work in healthcare. It's been really, really, really hard. I don't think I can even impress upon you how hard it's been. And it's going to get really hard again really fast. It already is. We now have people, when we walk out of our offices, flipping us off and telling us to effing die. That's fun when you spend all day inside walls trying to fight for people who never thought COVID was going to impact them. They said, I'm going to be fine. Guess what? They weren't fine. This Delta variant is different. It's very, very, very contagious, and it's spreading very quickly. We know our kids are going back to school. Boise, I think, today, Nampa this week. My heart and my concern is for our kids. What are we going to model for them? None of us wants to be told what to do. Clearly, we all have opinions up here. And I don't like to be told what to do. But I'm going to reiterate what the mayor said. I have to wear a mask at work. I don't get a choice, but I also signed up for that. I knew when I signed my employment contract that there were certain vaccines that were required, and I had to wear a mask. Doesn't mean that I like it, but I knew what I signed up for, and I did so willingly. I've been thinking about, Senator Lakey and I talked about this, I was thinking about my brother and my dad who fought in Vietnam, his exposure to Agent Orange, my sisters who were born without heart valves. We don't know what the adverse side effects are. Where COVID differs from the flu is that it passes the blood-brain barrier. So we don't know what the morbidity around neurological deficits will be. We just don't know. And Councilman Bruner, if you're serious, I know those administrators would come and answer every one of those questions you posed. But my question back would be, what data will people start to say, oh, I get why that might be serious and why the hospitals are saying, look, it's not about COVID, it's about capacity. Our teams will fight, whether you had a stroke, a heart attack, COVID, they'll fight for you as long and as hard as they can, but we need to have enough beds to do so. We're tipping up against capacity right now. We're having to send kids out of state because RSV is hit in August, usually hits in December or January. We just have some really interesting things happening. And so my only ask is that as we respect one another too, we just remember that your healthcare teams are really tired. We're going into the 4th surge. They haven't had a chance to take a break and to walk away. And they won't walk away from you. They'll stay in and they'll fight till this is over. And I just ask that we treat our kids, our teachers, our administrators, the people we don't agree with. Because I can tell you all day what my personal liberties are, but at the end of the day, I took an oath when I decided to work at St. Luke's 20 years ago that I would be on the front line of protecting other people who can't protect themselves. A child who's being treated for cancer can't have vaccines and they're immunosuppressed from chemotherapy. If I unknowingly came into the hospital asymptomatic for COVID, I could kill that child. That's a responsibility and an oath I took to do no harm. And so I think we have to balance, we have to balance, I think, these conversations and really have honest, frank discussions about how we respect and we support each other as we go into what will clearly be uncertainty for our kids again. My daughter's gonna start her freshman year, and I'm wondering how long will they be in school? As we've watched what's happened in the South, schools are shutting down. These kids need to be in school. It is the best and safest place for these kids. We can't continue to have years of delayed and interrupted learning. So collectively as a community, where do we stand up together and link arms for what it takes? And I'm not telling you to do something that you don't want to do, but I'm just asking you to think about those who right now don't get a choice. Kids don't get a choice to go to school. They need to be there. Your healthcare workers, we could all walk out, but they're not going to. They're going to stay and fight for you. And let's elevate kindness as we start into what's probably going to be a pretty tough fall. And if you're serious, I will set up that conversation with all the administrators for you and for anybody. But I think I don't want them to write them on paper. I want you to sit eyeball to eyeball and get answers and responses.
I'd love to have them come to our council meeting and,
They need more than 3 minutes, though.
oh yeah, by all means.
You can't go through this and Regeneron and all of these things in 3 minutes and the whys. They'll be concise, but they're also tired. So I think if you guys want that kind of information collectively, let's do it. They're more than willing to do it.
These first two, Gene, are my main questions, so you
Okay.
can just cover those first two.
And we do have those data. We do.
It's not being publicized that I'm finding anywhere, and if the doctors don't know that it's not being publicized, well.
Yeah, that could be true. So thank you. And I'm not trying to be the voice that's telling people that your rights don't matter, your voice doesn't matter. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm just asking, please be kind and considerate to your healthcare workers, children, school folks right now. They need it probably more than they ever have. Thanks.
Well said, thank you. Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you. I have a few things to say, and in response to the last invitation that Councilwoman Mucci generously offered to have some of the administration come and talk to us, I would be open to it if we have doctors on both sides coming to talk to us, so we have a balanced view. But personally, I don't know that that's really the purpose of a council meeting, and I'm kind of like over here with hearing both sides of the argument. Because again, to me, it comes down to you've been presented the information. If you've been presented both sides, make your decision, be responsible, and be respectful of what others' decisions are. But in turn, they need to be respectful of ours when ours differs from theirs. I'd like to talk about a few activities that took place this last week because I think they're really phenomenal. First off is I want to thank Margie Potter with the Salvation Army. She was the mastermind behind the school backpacks. And we filled 860 backpacks. And as an organizer, getting to organize them all, I will tell you, it was totally my dream. But getting to work with her and some of the other volunteers was a phenomenal experience. So thank you so much, Margie, for what you do behind the scenes that other people don't maybe know that you're doing. Secondly, regarding what the mayor said about the arts in the park, it was phenomenal. I loved every minute of it. I stopped briefly by on Saturday and then again on Sunday. I spent numerous hours because I did not realize there were 200 plus vendors there. It was absolutely incredible to see the talent in the area and the enthusiasm that we have of our community to get together for these events. But there's one area that I specifically want to mention that you guys did over the top. And I had a chance to tell Adam yesterday, the parking. You guys had the system of parking down so well because I have gone to numerous events at the park where they park you and they keep parking you further and further out toward the street instead of filling up the spaces that are empty. So Cody, thank you. It was absolutely great. A couple other things is back when our last meeting, when we passed the resolution regarding that it would not be mandated for the city employees to be vaccinated, I really appreciated that. And as I drove home at 1:40 in the morning, I got kind of kicking myself and thinking, why didn't I request to have the mask mandate also included, that we would not mandate masks for the city employees, that they could choose that as well? So that is something that I would love to revisit and include that wording, again, giving them the choice to do what they know is best for their health. You know, back when this all started and we started coming back to City Hall, I would walk in the building, and every time I'd hit about the elevator, the smell of the sanitizer was a killer for me. I don't know if it affected anybody else. It burned my lungs, it killed my respiratory system, I was dizzy, and I was nauseous. But I came to serve the people anyway. I sucked it up, I put a smile on my face as if it didn't bother me. When I walked in the room and I sat down at the seats and I looked at the yellow tape marking off the seats, it really bothered me. One, because this is a meeting that is supposed to be open to the public where we're doing their business, and they were limited or hindered. Yes, we have Zoom, but someone that had to use Zoom several times, myself, you feel like you are so not part of the meeting there. It's a real disconnection there. I appreciate that opportunity was there. I appreciate it for other meetings I'm involved in, but you just feel really disconnected. And when I sat here and I saw those yellow markings on the seats, it really bothered me because all I could think of was my last name being Levi, and I'll just leave it at that, even though I'm not one drop Jewish. But it really, really bothered me. And when the plexiglass, I didn't realize I was claustrophobic until I sat here. I understood the purpose of them, but I would sit here again feeling nauseous, my respiratory system being a problem from walking in, wiping at my nose, thinking and being convinced people thought, oh no, she has COVID because I'm doing all of that. So I was a little bit apprehensive. Looking at the seats and then sitting here and feeling very claustrophobic was very, very difficult. And the thought that they're going to come back up is something I'm strongly, as passionately as other people want them up, I'm just as passionately, I don't want them up. I have made the offer. I will be happy to sit at a table down in front of my space if that's what I need to do, but I don't believe I need to. I should be able to sit up here and be comfortable. As far as masks go, the other thing with the plexiglass, when I try to look at the screens, it disorients my eyes. And I finally figured that out when I went to go see an eye doctor after trying to wear a shield when this first all started. And they told me that between my bifocals, yes, I am needing bifocals, between the bifocals and having that shield, it does disorient your vision, and it does cause problems because I was having headaches. So when I look through the plexiglass to either one of these screens, that's exactly the same problem I have. I can move back, but when you move back, you don't always get to see everything that's on the screen, even though most of it's in our packets, some of it isn't. So I'm just saying, you take your precautions and do what you need to do. I respect Deborah Rosen very much. She knows that. I appreciate her very much for what she does. And if she needs to have like a half plexiglass or something, maybe I'll work with that. But I think all of us down here are good. We don't need it. But I am saying, I've respected you. I've respected your choices. I can't wear a mask. I don't want to get into it because I will tell you it will be a very emotional experience for me. But I will just ask you, please pay me the same respect I'm paying you, whether you choose to vaccinate, wear a mask, you want your plexiglass, you want to social distance or use your sanitizer. I'm just respectfully asking you, grant me the same privilege and be respectful towards me. Thank you.
Councilman Haverfield.
Wow, it's quite the evening. I just wanted to thank Darrell for putting in words the thoughts that he shared with us. It meant a lot to me. I think that he spoke a lot of wisdom there, very well stated. Thank you for that. To Jean, I'm sorry that you're a part of an industry that's under attack at this point, it seems like. But the reality behind it is I don't want to give up my personal freedoms. I respect those that feel concerned about what might be in the air and they want to mask up. I'm not one of those people. I choose not to live in fear. And just like Darrell stated, biblically, we know our future is secure. And with that knowledge, I can live each day with either joy or concern. And I don't want to live with a concern of what's going on. I respect others. I would not want to do anything to hurt or harm anyone else. But I don't think that God intended us to live with a fear of the bacteria that might be in the air. He gives us the ability to form our own immunities. And with that, I'm not going to get into the nature of things. The vaccine, when we stated that we're not going to require that of any city employees, there isn't an FDA-approved vaccine on the market yet. It's all trial drugs. People are basically the guinea pigs of what's going to happen. And a lot of them are having bad results. And I don't want to be shamed into thinking that I need to wear a mask because, for biblical reasons or otherwise, I don't think that that's right either. I still honor and serve the community that allowed me to sit here on their behalf. If I am making a decision that is improper, I need to know that, and it needs to be shared to me. And I appreciate people like Bob and Cindy to come forward and share their thoughts. But at the end of all this, I hope that we can get to a point where we're back to a unified effort and focused not on things that have been COVID in nature. When Jacob said last time we were here that his life insurance would not cover him if he took the shot and died from complications from it. That's his insurance policy. Others might allow it. I don't know. But the reality behind it is we can either choose to live in fear or we can man up and be leaders by example. And if the mayor feels that, and I shared this in our pre-draft review of the minutes, if for liability purposes, she needs to make decisions on behalf of the city employees, we need to honor that as well. Because I don't want to cause a lawsuit against the city if something has not been properly vetted out, with legal counsel. So we need to be aware of that. But Mayor, just please be upfront and transparent with us that needs to take place. And I'll support that. But it won't be because I won't be wearing a mask. I don't believe in it. I just don't think it's right for me. But, and I'll end on this. There have been more people die of bacterial pneumonia from wearing masks back when the swine flu or the Spanish flu was raging around the world. And that's what they found out was part of it is just they were inhaling the stuff that they were exhaling. And those cloth masks weren't being cleaned often enough. So there's proper hygiene just in that behavior, or there's just regular air that you can breathe and hopefully just keep your distance from people and respect each other. So I'll end on that. Pardon me? I do not want plexiglass, no. It's like being in a phone booth, and it's just not good. That's me.
Thank you, Councilman Haverfield. Has everyone had the opportunity to share? Okay, so excuse us. One thing about the council is that we don't get to visit. We don't get to come together and visit, and some of this is us visiting, but it's us visiting publicly so that everybody knows where we are. And we need that opportunity to do so. So I apologize, we did that on our citizens' time tonight, but it was good for us to have. It's kind of like a family talk. And the one thing I found about family right now, even COVID is tough family talks. And so I've said it and I've said it before. One thing I appreciate about this group, we may not always agree, but we respect one another. So with that, let's move into the next item on the agenda, and that's agency and commission reports, of which we have none. And so before we step into public hearings, I would like to have staff communications, legal counsel Joe Borton, give us a legislative update. Joe, thank you for joining us this evening. And then Tom, your staff report will probably be after public hearings, and then we'll step into new business at that time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Joe Borton here to provide a little legislative update. I think what y'all went through was a good example from the legal perspective of adhering to open meeting law. And what the mayor's comments were, you don't have a chance to have these kind of conversations offline, so they happen here in public, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. It's exactly what the law requires. So a legislative update. this was tough to do, tough to kind of compile. So, as you know, the legislature was in for the longest session in the history of the state, 113 days. Marathon session ended May 12th. We had 927 pieces of legislation drafted, narrowed down to 628, which were actually became bills, down to 364, which were actually passed, 4 of which were vetoed. So we're going to kind of try and narrow the focus quickly. So you have 360 pieces of legislation passed into law. And that's a lot. So trying to focus on some of the highlights that impact the city of Nampa in no particular order. I was going to try and make them as a top 10, but we'll list them in no particular order. The first one, Senate Bill 1119. This legislation, which was passed, amended the time for when a police department is required to keep unclaimed property for 6 months before they can dispose of it, or for bicycles, it's 90 days. That time period was compressed, allowing the law enforcement to dispose of property a little bit quicker. House Bill 66. This bill focused on the language required for bond and levy elections. There's a lot of public disclosure improvements that came from this legislative session. And it requires the statement to contain information such as the purpose of the bond, anticipated interest rate, total amount to be repaid over the life of the bond, which is a really big one, and the total interest paid. Senate Bill 1058 prohibits a mayor or an appointed official from serving on a library board. We had House Bill 5, the offense of distracted driving, now that we're all hands-free, has an exception for the use of a GPS or a navigational device. That impacts law enforcement quite a bit in their service to the community. The special session, in the remarks with regards to COVID, the special session that passed enhanced protection for liability for coronavirus, COVID-19, raising the standard from negligence to willful or recklessness. That was continued, that liability protection. So the bar is much higher. Efforts to try and protect your workforce or your municipal employees, again, it takes a much higher standard to ever be liable. Trying to encourage employers from taking reasonable steps. There's not any one way to address COVID, as you've all obviously just discussed, quite frankly. But everyone's trying to do so with the best interest of their employees in mind. And so the legislature did a good job of continuing those protections for our employers. House Bill 73, this is one that Doug knows well. This deals with our local government budgeting and accounting. Now we're dealing with a uniform accounting system, the reporting system. There's a committee to help implement uniform financial transparency through the State Controller's Office. The city of Nampa didn't have challenges with this in prior years. Quite frankly, impacts a lot of smaller communities that might not have had the resources to provide the reporting that the state requires. So now we're all playing by the same rules. We're all using, for better or for worse, a uniform system and then reporting that transparency to the state. So it's a nice improvement for the citizens to be able to have a consistent means to see city finances and understand them. Compare apples to apples amongst communities as well. There is some ongoing work. So the elephant in the room that I didn't talk about is the big one, and that was House Bill 389. Again, Doug knows that very, very well. That's the one that we've been wrestling with. You have a budget hearing tonight that is impacted by this. And this is the property tax reform that was passed. And it does a lot of things, a couple of which that are big for Nampa, capping the total property tax collection and increase at 6%, or excuse me, 8%. And it also impacts the ability of the city to fund what had been previously funded for fire protection services, because Nampa is one of the unique communities that's made a drastic change with its fire protection services from the city to the district. House Bill 389, I think, will continue to be worked on. There's an interim committee that was working last year. It's continuing to work, and you can expect to see, I think, changes in property tax collection and the structure of that ongoing. Some of the items going forward, the mayor mentioned that the Census data is over 100,000. That triggers provision of legislation from last year by 200 people. So that every 10 years census, if you're over 100,000 people, then a community now is triggered into creating legislative district or city council districts. So congratulations or not. That's what's coming down the road. So Boise's doing it right now. I think they're doing it in advance of even the census data that they got. Meridian will follow suit along with Nampa coming for your next election in 2023. So more to come on that.
Mayor, if I may, Joe, can you elaborate currently what that, in 2023, what the terms, are all council seats in Meridian and Napa to be up for election in 2023?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bruner, we don't know exactly.
Okay, so that has not been determined.
Yeah, exactly. So the legislation that passed last year that just had that blanket $100,000 should be elected by districts. Then this session, they tried to articulate a bunch of details that would answer the mechanism of exactly how in the heck a community is going to stagger their elections in 2 years and 4 years. That didn't go forward, so now we're kind of back with the basic structure that you have to do it, and how you do it, we don't know. So my sense is that you're going to have that be addressed by legislation this coming session for sure, kind of like how they tried last time. So everyone's waiting. Right now, now that the census is done, the redistricting commission is doing their next step, drawing the new districts for legislative seats, which will play a huge role then for cities to draw their seats. It's going to, the dominoes will fall in that order. There's also interim committees working with ARPA funding and what you can and can't do it, how you can utilize that within your budget, what portion of it for each community is restricted, what portion's not restricted. So let me see what I marked on. A couple other highlights that hit the list. There is the ballot initiative, which is more statewide, but that Senate Bill 1110, which addressed heightening the requirement for getting an initiative on the statewide ballot, requiring 6% of all 35 legislative districts. That was argued before the Idaho Supreme Court end of June. Decision could come out any day as to whether or not that in fact was constitutional, but that impacts all communities throughout our state. Third Judicial District received a couple more magistrate judges and a district judge. Canyon County got a new district judge. That's a big deal. One of the many collateral impacts of COVID has been jury trials, and the legal proceedings have all been stopped for a long, long, long time. They're way behind, months and months. So the caseload is overwhelming. So it was really great for Canyon County and the city of Nampa to have more judicial resources to clear out the backlog. I kind of marked up a couple more. Our homeowners' property tax exemption went up with 389. I highlighted that briefly. But that is going to be a continued work in progress. So those were the highlighted notes of a very busy session. The 360 bills that were passed is about average, surprisingly, for the long session that there was. While the length was very long, arguable whether or not they're adjourned now or not, depending who you ask, which chambers you're in. But nonetheless, it's a relatively standard volume that they passed. So districting and budgeting work continues. So.
Mayor? Joe, do you have any idea on whether you think they'll be called back into session over vaccines?
So I don't think so at all. I think there's a 0% chance. That's just my perception of the landscape of what you could accomplish if you were called back in and the political will to do it. So I don't think so.
So I'm going to reach out, and I'll just let council know this, to legal for your opinion on how to deal with employees that would like to be protected from COVID and if we were to mandate and tell them that they're not allowed to be. So, and maybe it's not saying they're not allowed to be, but, so we had a conversation, you heard it, Joe, this morning, right? And those that said, okay, we would really like to ask people if they come in to put a mask on if they come into City Hall, so we're not getting exposed at that front counter, right? And so we had a couple departments that asked that, but then if we're asking citizens to come in and wear a mask, then we should be putting a mask on if we're gonna meet with them, right? But if we were to mandate from the council that we're not allowed to have employees wear masks, it puts us in a really interesting place. And I am not about mandating masks, but at the same time, if you're asking people to come in, and that may be something that council says, no, we don't want you to do that. But then the question that I would have is, what is our legal liability? And so regarding protecting our employees, is there a risk? Is there no risk? And you don't have to answer now, but I'd like to have that opinion come before we do a mandate, because we need to look around the whole thing. And then I would have to deal with having employees that don't want to work. They don't want to be put at risk. And so how do we do the work of the city for those that feel like they're being compromised? So those are just decisions that you've got to make to really meet the needs of the people. All right.
Madam Mayor, I think I can
Yes.
answer briefly to the
Okay.
the big picture question is, from a legal liability, I don't think there is any at all. Because what you're all struggling with is exactly what you're supposed to do. You're paying extremely careful attention, balancing the interests of the employees and the employees' safety and personal liberties. They're extremely difficult discussions and decisions that the electeds have to make. I think if there was any liability, it's if a community ever acted with sort of flippant disregard and just said, we're going to pick this path and not gather data and not have discussion like you're all doing. This is kind of robust debate out in the open, which is exactly what Idaho Code wants you to do. There's not one way that's right and one way is illegal, so long as you have this type of debate that you're having right now. So there's no reckless disregard for the health and safety of your employees at all. This is just the opposite, extremely thoughtful. And then you're not talking about banning the wearing of masks, right? That's not necessarily what I hear you saying. It's something quite the opposite. So I don't think at first blush there's really any concern. You're quite frankly to be applauded, I think, for doing the thoughtful work that you're doing. These are tough decisions.
Thank you.
You bet.
Appreciate that. Are there any questions on the update?
No, Mayor, I'll just ask, if there, I don't know how many, maybe we're talking a lot more employees than I can imagine, but if there's an employee that's not comfortable dealing with customers coming in without a mask, I would totally be in favor of that person not having to be at that station. Now, I realize for a supervisor, they're gonna have to find different responsibilities or whatever for that person. If there's a person at home that has pre-existing conditions or health conditions and there's a fear, that person is fear, they're not gonna be able to do their job if they're in fear. So anyway, that's just my personal opinion that we need to probably find out, and hopefully they'll be open about that. But I'm not in favor of making an employee do something that they are totally in fear of doing.
Thank you.
And I would follow up on that. If someone had that kind of concern, if they had the mask on themselves, isn't that their protection? I mean, we're not saying you can't wear a mask. We're encouraging them to make decisions on their own. So I don't see that even as a real, as you mentioned, we're not denying people the ability to wear a mask.
And not to get too much of it, Randy, there are extremes on both sides. There's actually people wearing 3 masks. I mean, so scared.
Scuba suits, whatever.
So they think everyone should have 2 or 3, and whether, you're wearing it or if the other person's not, there's still that fear.
What I just heard from what Joe said is, as long as, and that was my concern when I shared with you, Mayor, as long as there's not a perception that we don't care, but there is a perception that we do care. And we are allowing people to make decisions based upon what's best for them. I think that's the path that you're saying. As long as we stay on that, provide sanitary opportunity with whatever, cleaning the stations, having the hand sanitizer, allowing people to wear masks if they choose to. That's, I think, the freedom of choice that we want to maintain, because we live in America still.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the update. Thank you for the council. We
Thank you,
appreciate the work that you guys do.
Thank you.
And Joe, you haven't had to be here when we gave Todd such a bad time throughout the legislative session, but he survived and he's still here and still smiles when we talk about it. So
They do good work down there, for sure.
we appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're a little bit late. It is 6:40 and it's time for public hearings to start. So the rest of the agenda, we are going to come back to after public hearings. And right now, we'll move over to section 6 in our agenda. And the first item is actually our budget. And I'll get to it. So this is the fiscal year 22 budget. And we will begin with a staff report from our finance director, Doug Racine. And Doug, thank you. And then, do we have anyone, I'm just curious, to signed up? Just one person signed up. So when Doug gets done, if there's someone here that had intended to testify on behalf or in opposition to the budget as Doug is presenting it, please let us know and we'll add you to the list as soon as we get done. Thank you, Doug.
Give me just a moment to get set up here. Mark, I have some screens I'm going to bring you up on Teams if you'd activate the display. Who would ever have thought that the tedious, boring, long-lasting process of budget might be a welcome relief from the topic of the day, COVID? Never would have thought that, but I can't help but think that in some aspects we have been very financially insulated from the impacts of COVID. And in my experience, money might change behaviors more rapidly than policy. But let's focus on the budget for the time right here. Let me go to Teams and bring up my screen.
I will say, Doug, my guess is the council, this will probably not be new information for the council, but for the sake of the public hearing, Doug will be sharing things that the council's already had the opportunity to hear. And Doug, while you're pulling it up, I just want to say thank you to Ed Caress and to Doug Racine, the team, for the incredible work that they have done on the budget. This has been one of the hardest budget years because, and Doug will share why, and I think council knows that, but I just want to make that for the record from a public standpoint because of the legislation that has taken place, because of the fire district redistricting, not having rulings from the State Attorney General's office or the Tax Commission until after we had gone through our preliminary budget, and having differing opinions on how to approach the budget. It has been a crazy hard year to come to a budget because of things that were beyond our control. But Doug's done a good job, and Doug, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. First off, I need to very publicly and with great appreciation acknowledge the help of many people, primarily Ed Karras for all that he's done, Chris Ocker and other staff, Jamie Chapman in HR, we had a close bond there, and the departments. We could not have done this. Sometimes I think finance may be perceived as the Tin Man and the Wizard of Oz with no heart. We just look at things in a very sterile way and try and find the best path forward. So yes, the information I'm presenting today is primarily going to be a recap of what we've discussed in prior meetings. So I'll try and be highly focused, but still share pertinent information. On the screen right now is the budget resolution that was published prior to this meeting and that you're actually voting on. So let me go right to the bottom here and call out this number here, the very bottom, $242,058,949. That is a little higher than we showed you in your budget book because of the fire district. When we talked about the fire district in the meeting, we verbally amended it to allow for up to $3.3 million. If you look at your old budget books, it would have said $238 million. The difference is exactly the amount we've allotted or what that we discussed with you in the public hearings and the workshops, the $3.3 million for the fire district. I will come back to that in an action item for more topic discussion, but just know that that's in here. So the budget we're voting on today is $242 million. Now, let me shift and go over some of the highlights that are included here so you really, those who are listening, can get a bit of a flavor here. in fact, let me change and just bring up my budget summary. This is also in your budget books. And it is a 4-page document, but I will not go through every part of it, just certain elements of it.
And Doug, I'd like to state for anyone that's listening online, this can be found on our website at thecityofnampa.us and I think there may be a link right from the front page, or do you have to go to the finance page?
I think you have to go to the finance page to find it, but it's there. And the book out there is updated with this current data. In fact, that's one comment I should make, is this is probably the first year we've been able to do the budget book, update it, and get you a revised copy instead of, what were the changes? Now, the copy you've all been given tonight or in the last week or so is all updated with all these changes. So in the development of our budget, there's a couple of things I wanted to point out. The budget includes, looks like I have an issue here. I will talk about it until all this comes up. The budget includes the complete reduction or retraction of the fire apportionment of our levy. That was $10.5 million. I'm not going to, I'll go into it now, but I don't have to go into it later. The issue with the fire department and the budgeting was very, very, very heavily clouded by House Bill 389. I'm not going to recreate that distortion, but that created a ripple effect where we had direction from the state AG and from the state tax commission on what we were allowed to do in terms of budgeting. Their initial guidance was, no, you may not, and you shall not budget for them. In a later meeting we had about a week and a half ago, they flip-flopped and went completely the other direction and said, no, you may now budget for them, and perhaps you are required to budget for them. And this happened after the budget workshops, but before we finalized the budget. It was a very difficult process to go through. So what we've done is we've taken the entire $10.5 million out of our levy from this year's budget. It's gone. We will not stage it across this year and next year. 100% removed this year. We are done with the fire budget after this year. Okay, my computer's not going to display that file, but I'll just go through a couple of other points for you. The budget includes a 3% COLA. It also includes an amount for a PL, paid leave, policy change and buyback. I want to mention this because I'll go into this a little more later in another action item, but with the inclusion of the 3% and the PL change, and I'll mention the PL change was designed to meet two needs. One, it was designed to meet the needs of the employees. We want people to we want people to have PL, we want people to use PL, and we want people to be able to have time for sick time as well. But the PL was creating an exceedingly difficult financial hurdle to overcome. It was growing, and we had reached a liability of $6.5 million. As the city grows, as payroll goes up, that liability goes up, and it's.
Mayor, just for the citizens, I used to struggle with acronyms totally. I'm not sure all citizens out there know what COLA is and know what PL is.
I stated what PL was, paid leave, but I'll go back and get to the COLA. Yes. So, very briefly then, we have challenges in meeting the needs of the city, meeting the needs, the financial needs, and the various needs of the employees and the staff. So, what we found is, as we wrapped up the budget, several things were happening all at once. We were finding that inflation is rapidly increasing. In the last 2 months, locally and nationally, inflation has been 5.4%. That's 2 months in a row with 5.4%. We have had challenges retaining qualified staff. As inflation goes up, people offer more wage for the same job, and we start losing qualified staff. Then we also find ourselves struggling with the competitive impact from neighboring cities or other private organizations where they're pulling our staff away because they can offer much more than we can as a city. Even though we offer great benefits, we can't match the pay. So what we've decided to do is make a change to both the paid leave program or propose a change to both the paid leave program and the COLA, the cost of living increase.
And Doug, let's
Yes.
mention paid leave is also includes sick.
And sick time, yes, paid leave includes the sick time. What we are proposing is, and this is, keep in mind, this is all essentially net neutral within the budget. We propose an increase of the COLA from 3% to 5%. At the same time, we propose reducing the PL payout, which would fund most of the change from 3% to 5%. So there is no increase in the budget. We're not taking dollars away. We would be using a small portion of one of our reserves, but almost all of the departments are paid for the increase in the COLA by reducing the PL payout. And I'll get to the PL in a moment, but that's included in the budget. So on the PL, what we presented to you as council was a program that designed to reduce the cost and reduce the long-term liability of paid leave. After presenting that to the population of our employees, we received significant feedback. And keep in mind that our PL program, our paid leave program, is a competitive advantage for us with employment, hiring, and retention. But it also represents a long-term cost. So we, based on the leave, on the options presented to us or the feedback, HR sent out a survey among the staff proposing one of two options. One, the option presented to you, which was to reduce the PL and to create a kind of a disability program of 540 hours people could accrue into and use for short-term disability, but not get paid out for. The second option was to take the paid leave program, which stands at 700 hours, and modify it in two ways. One, we would add actually 100 hours to the paid leave program to take it to 800 hours, but reduce the maximum payout to 400. Right now, the maximum payout is 700 hours or whatever you get. So we found that the survey results came back with a strong preponderance of employees wanting to go with the version that reduced the payout to 400 hours when they eventually retire, and then adds 100 hours to the total program that people could use to help supplement sick time as they needed. The byproduct of this is it actually reduced the PL payout that I proposed in discussions with you. It reduces our long-term liability by virtually half and helps us deal with the long-term financial future of the city. So we're proposing that. It's net neutral within the budget. It costs no increase, and it helps us retain a competitive advantage. Even though there are challenges, and we can go into that more later, there will be ongoing challenges with wages. This is a step to try and bolster the city. Secondly, when we look at, let's step away.
Hang on just a
Mayor.
second. I think we have a question.
Sure.
So what was feedback from employees when they had a choice?
Pardon?
Did you get good feedback from employees when they felt like they had a choice?
Significantly better. We received comment this morning that almost everybody that made a comment, and Jamie can speak to this very clearly, is we heard several comments this morning where people said, we appreciate you listening to us and letting us share our thoughts and feelings about this, because to them, many people, it was a personal issue. Some people really wanted the short-term disability. Some people wanted a different approach. But listening helped us build relationships. And again, that also is an internal advantage for us in doing that in terms of employee retention.
I'll also say, Doug, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, for someone like Doug, it's not a positive thing because he no longer has the opportunity to accrue and be paid out at 700 hours. He is now capped at 400 hours.
Yep.
The only thing that we did was we allowed additional sick time, but it's actually about 120 hours, let me think about this, less or more than that, less than the disability, the short-term disability program, because we were increasing that and now we are limiting that. But all in all, I think our employees, especially for our new employees, it's not necessarily the best, but as I've shared with them, I've shared that we're looking at, this is something the city's going to see savings in 5 and 10 years down the road. It isn't immediate. So there is a buyout for those that are already above 400 hours, and where the savings is coming from is that the first plan was doing a buyout based on a tiered program. If they were here 1 to 4 years, it was like 288 hours, and then it went up based on longevity. What we've changed it to is a flat 400, which has saved the city on the payout side, which we're allowing those funds then to be reallocated to increase the cost of living increase. And I will just say, and as I know Doug is going to share this, we are really struggling with turnover because of pay. And I will tell you, it gets to a point, it's almost crippling to the city because we're losing really good employees. And I think that by doing the 5%, it also helps us, gets us a little close to Meridian and Boise are well ahead of that. They're doing a bigger increase, and we've got to stay somewhat current in the market if we're going to have the employees to run the city. So,
Mayor, thank you. I've been through this before. I went through it at St. Luke's when I got there. They were underpaid. The increase they put was a lot more than 5% to catch up because they were taking advantage at that time of their position as the market leader. We were losing employees at St. Luke's when I was there early on, the same as we are now. We've lost Jamie Ellsbury, who was our budget backup. She took a position for more pay with Idaho Power. That's just one. I could name a whole bunch of people that have made other options. So this is a critical step in us. So with that, are there any more questions about the PL or the COLA? If not, I'd like to move on. Okay, in the budget, we have a capital budget that's significantly higher than prior years. We are budgeting at just slightly over $100 million, $100.5 million in capital this year. That's up $42.6 million from the prior year. The main impetus in that increase is $26 million from the wastewater treatment plant. Also included in that is an investment, a budgeted investment for about $7.1 million for the fleet building. So I wanted to call this out specifically because the fleet building is included in the budget, but will not proceed forward until we thoroughly resolve the funding issue with council and the departments. I have some ideas and some potential thoughts that might help make this a very much less challenging decision as we go forward, but I'm not quite ready to address that yet. But just wanted to make sure you understand it's in the budget, but will not move forward until we have a complete funding resolution with you as the council.
yes.
It's in the budget that's balanced.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Lastly, I want to talk very briefly, well, not briefly, it's probably one of the most important areas, is the use of property taxes in our budget. That has such an impact with our citizens, in part because of how we budget, and in part because of the economic circumstances, the increase in appraisal rates. We know that home values went up in Nampa approximately 25%, residential, commercial increased 5%. So that puts a big burden on the homeowners as how to pay for that taxes. Our budget did not increase taxes. Let me explain how we got there. We talked earlier about using a portion of the 3% statutory. I do not have the final numbers. I'm working on the, as soon as I finish this, I'll start on the L2 tomorrow, which will determine our final levy rate. But my calculations show that we will need to leverage about $700,000 of the 3%, which is about 1.6%, less than I had originally estimated. But it's just filling the hole that was taken out of our new construction monies by House Bill 389. So I'm not adding money back to the coffer. I'm just replacing what House Bill 389 took from us so that we can use those revenues to pay for the cost of the city. I may have mentioned that the police budget, public safety, is an increase of $2.8 million. That includes vehicles. That includes the new association contract. It includes equipment, other cost increases. It includes a cost of fuel increase, which is pretty dramatic across the city. So we need to find ways to both cut costs and conserve, but also to leverage the new construction monies to the best of our abilities. When we look at our total budget for property taxes, we've gone down from $46 million to about $38 million, I believe. My screen won't show that right now, but I'll just reference this from the document that is in your packet on page 3, where, so more exactly, we went from $46.6 million in total property taxes last year to $39.3 this year. So we decreased the $10.5 million from fire. We added back the new construction to get to that $7.3 million total decrease in property taxes, or in levy that will be applied to the property taxes. 99.9% of that decrease came out of the general government. So the funds, because that's where the fire was. When we look at property tax usage from the general government forms 60% of our funding base. Shared revenues from the state for highway, for sales taxes and liquor taxes are 24%. And fees, services, allocations, and transfers account for the remainder. Property tax usage. When we look at the property tax usage, general government uses 74% of the total property taxes that we levy for. That's the police, finance, HR, IT, mayor's office, clerk's office, all of the infrastructure that runs the city is that usage. With that, I would open it up for any questions or discussion about any of the House Bill 3-9 impacts or other budgetary changes. We've gone through this, but I'd be glad to entertain any questions or discussions from the council.
Councilman Haverfield.
Were you going to come back to the fire?
That's action item 512, I believe.
Okay, so we can cover it then.
Yes.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
I think I read this weekend that there's a $1.4 billion surplus in the state. Do we anticipate that that would maybe precipitate any further property tax discussion the next legislative
Well,
session?
I think that's a complex question, but realize that the structure of property taxes does not go through the state. Property taxes come through the county. The state derives their revenue from another source, so I don't know their motivation on allocating their funds to reduce property taxes.
But the legislation comes.
Yeah, the legislation impacts our ability to raise taxes or deal with them, but they're not generally very free with sharing their money with the cities. So,
Wishful thinking.
yeah, it's a good thought, a good question. It makes sense, and I think it's a question that should be answered.
Councilman Brunner,
Yeah,
yes.
Mayor, I wouldn't want to surprise anybody and not bring this up. Where is the VRT, 324,000? I did not see that in the.
The VRT, we initially budgeted it at I think, $400 and some odd thousand, and then we reduced it down to, I think, the approximate value of what you've talked about now. That is in the budget at just more than the $324,000.
If we pass this today, that will be included in the budget.
It is included in the budget. Funding for VRT is included.
Still have not seen any stats on the Napa ridership at this point.
That's,
So-
again, the VRT.
Just a quick, I believe, Jeff, is that part of the staff report that we've not heard tonight? Tom? Yes, it is. It's part of our staff
Right, but
report
this is-
that,
we're voting on this before I ever hear that.
how about if we pause and allow Jeff?
glad to sit.
Yes, Jeff, I think would like to have you come up and provide the VRT numbers.
Mayor Kling.
Thank you.
But the
Yes.
VRT numbers didn't go up from last year.
No, they've
VRT
gone.
numbers are actually
gone
They're
down
down.
by,
Last year, we budgeted $379,000. That was the exact budget. 379 was a little up from the prior year, but this year is down about 50,000 from that.
No, I realize it's down. I'm just still wondering if it's too much.
Yeah.
so I sense the staff report, we didn't get to it before the budget, and I apologize for that.
This is coming up.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
We're regressing back to 4.
Mayor and City Council, after last meeting, you requested for more information regarding the VRT, so I want to highlight that. They gave me updated numbers, but it was after the agenda time, so I have it before you at the bench. So I just want to highlight some of the questions that were asked. Again, this is the write-up that was presented with the staff report at the last meeting. One of the questions that was asked was, out of this data, how much of the ridership data comes from within the city limits? So this was all Canyon County. What was it specifically for the city? And that, if you look on the second page, that pie graph shows the percentage breakdown of where the ridership is coming from within Canyon County. And you'll see about 80 to 81% there is coming from the city of Nampa, and then connections between the city of Nampa and somewhere else in Canyon County or Caldwell. So about 80%, most of that comes from the city. And I think I mentioned that it's a bit flatlined as far as the ridership. The two things that we're tracking, one of them is boardings per hour. And the goal is after 2 years that the boardings per hour would be at 10 boardings per hour with the on-demand. And for those of you listening, the on-demand is an Uber or a Lyft type technology with the bus, the transit buses. And so that's been underway for about a year, almost a year now. So right now we're seeing ridership around 3.6. So you figure 80% of that is what's happening within the city of Nampa. Also, the other thing that we are tracking is total rides requested. And you see from April 21st, and this is on Exhibit A, which is the third sheet, total rides requested are inching up a bit from 3,027 to 3,048. They expect that to keep going. So anyway, the plan is that we take a look at this over that full 2-year period. So we're seeing still positive response. I just saw someone on the way over here, catch the bus using the on-demand. So I figured, and we figure that the more the word gets out about it, the more people will use it. And so we're just kind of getting started in that way. But we do see that they haven't reached the numbers when we first launched it a year ago, pre-COVID. So, and I'll stand for any questions, ma'am.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So the bus on demand, does that deviate off of a normal route? Or do they stay on the same routes that these have always been running?
Well, Mayor and Councilman, so the routes actually, it covers an area. So it'll go into a neighborhood. It tracks using analytics on, so let's say the same 10 students are taking the bus to NNU every day or in a neighborhood. Well, then the analytics says, let's pick them up in this location, which is 3 blocks in the middle of all of them, or 2 blocks, or within a certain amount of feet, and then it will verge off of the primary routes. Like right now, it's 12th Avenue and Holly Street. Those are the primary routes. Now, if you watch the buses or you track them, they're going into neighborhoods and they're going off tracking.
So how do they keep their normal sequencing of times for people to have, I guess, assurance that they're going to be picked up at their normal hour on the regular routes?
Yeah, right now, if you look at that sheet, it shows like what the average time is. Average pickup wait time is 25 minutes. Average walking distance is 505 feet. The average ride duration is 20 minutes. And I'll tell you right now, and before this, on the old routes, there were sometimes they were sitting on that bus for hours to get to a stop. Super inefficient. So efficiency-wise, it is increasing. I was going to mention one other thing. The software is very efficient. For a startup, I mean, we've had software startups before here, and they're incredibly difficult, but this one was smooth, and they've helped us out, and they've changed things along the way. So pretty successful as far as the software we're using.
Mayor's follow-up.
Yes.
So is there any data for North Nampa? Because that's the area that has been of primary concern for most of us.
Councilman Haverfield, I did not get that information for you, so I apologize. So I will get that back to you.
Mayor, there is one, and thank you, Jeff, for the 80%. The second question I had, which I've not seen, but that doesn't mean I haven't missed it, is actually the number of individual riders.
Yes.
Not how many rides, how many people are actually, because these would be duplicate rides over and over again by the same individuals, I would think, on quite a few of the occasions. So I would like
Correct.
to know, and what I asked 3 or 4 years ago was at least on a month, and don't break confidentiality, but for a driver to at least mark that person each time they ride. And that seemed to be too difficult to do. So I'm still not seeing that. Is that anywhere?
I have not asked them for that data, but
Yeah,
I'm
and that was
thinking
something
we
I did
could.
ask last time, was also I want to know how many individual riders
Okay,
are
and-
riding in Nampa.
Councilman, I thought you were talking total ridership. So when we look at individuals, I'm trying to think, so they'll pay. I think we can track some of that. In fact, we may be able to track all of that.
But I'm still,
So, yeah.
I don't need to say you more. I'm not happy with how Valley Ride is functioning, so. And I'm still not getting everything that I have requested for the last 4 years. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Brunner. I do feel like we're moving in the right direction.
Yes.
I think with the new app and the responsiveness to that, it's taken us in the right direction. And so I'm pleased with that. And Councilman Brunner, I think VRT would say that they're getting better, though, because of your questions. And I say that in all seriousness.
They don't have my picture up on the dartboard over there?
They
Okay.
don't.
I do.
Well, you've had it for years.
You know, it's, I see Hubert sitting back there, and I think about early on that, boy, Hubert challenged us so much, and you still do. But now what we realize is we welcome the challenge, and VRT has welcomed the questions because it's helping them be better. And I think that's our goal in all respects in running a city, is that people that challenge our assumptions, that ask the questions, help us be our best. And so as long as we can do that, that's how we're going to be our best. And I really appreciate Jeff taking a leadership role because of his role in transportation with VRT, helping ask the questions, staying on top of it. And so I think you're going to get more of resolution.
Mayor Jeff is one of the best
He is.
people I know, and he's taken a lot of abuse from me from bicycles to this, so it's been a tough month, you know. I'm sorry. It'll get better.
Thank
Mayor
you.
and Councilman Brunner, I also want to say, when all the questions were coming up about VRT, well, Tom and I went and talked to VRT. And so Tom was just asking for innovative ideas when we had that meeting. And so that's what we were talking to VRT. They came up with that proposal for the on-demand. So it kind of was born out of this little bit of pressure to do better with what we have. So thanks.
Any other questions? No? Jeff, thank you. Tom, thank you. Appreciate your work. Jeff, thank you so much. Okay, are there any other questions for Doug regarding budget? Comments, questions? This is our opportunity. Actually, we do have a public hearing, and then we will have discussion following the public hearing. But as long as Doug is here, do we have any other questions for him? Yes.
I just know, as far as with the fire, the number that's been put in there, that we're looking at a reduced number. Is that a budget amendment we're looking at if we approve this?
No, if you approve it, there is no budget amendment related to the fire department. There is a motion that we'll get to in an action item that changes the funding source. So what happened is the initial intent after House Bill 389 was passed, and we received commentary from both the state AG's office and the tax commission, was that the fire would basically have to fund themselves. So we were going to act as their processor. We would pay their payroll checks and their AP, and they would pay us back. That was the funding source we estimated would be in place. Now we've changed that direction a little bit because I don't know if, Mary, you want me to go into this now or into the action item. But well, if I go into it now, we can do the action item very quickly. So what happened after the state AG and the tax commission reversed course was they told us we had two options in order to fund the fire department. We could increase our levy, which we really couldn't do because we were coming close to that 8% threshold, so I couldn't go up. The only way I could go down on the other side was to stage the decrease of the $10.5 million across 2 years and take 7.5 this year and 3.5 next year. So we would take that eventually over the course of 2 years, but that would leave the citizens with a bit of a one-year double taxation impact. Even though the AG's office said it wasn't double taxation, it didn't make a lot of difference to the taxpayers because they'd have to pay it in the same tax year. So what we have decided to do is to, what we propose doing is to leverage reserves from the city to fund the fourth quarter up to $2.8 million. And this would allow us to eliminate or greatly reduce the burden on taxpayers. And we would leverage a couple of different sources to come up with that $2.8 million. Over the last 3 years, we've been slowly growing our general government reserve, not rapidly. We've been cutting costs, budgeting conservatively. And then every time something favorable comes in, we put it in the bank and hold on to it. And some of the favorables include shared sales tax revenues and other shared taxes that have come in a little better. So we bank them. We can now use them to fund the fire department up to $2.8 million for the fourth calendar quarter, first fiscal quarter of next year, in order to save the residents of Nampa from an additional tax burden.
So, and that's what I understood in our conversations. The 2.8 number is what kept bouncing back
Right.
to me. So you're talking about the $500,000 difference.
So
where that's going to come from.
let me explain that. So even though we're only going to fund 2.8, their costs are likely to be $3.3 million, maybe a little more. So what's going to happen is when we exceed that 2.8 value, then they begin accounting their reimbursement to us. So we might actually pay out $3.3 million, but we'll get the $500,000 back from the fire department. So we want to leave the $3.3 million in there, so I don't have to do an amendment to track that $500,000. Even though it's reimbursed, it still has to go through the budgetary process.
So when does the reimbursement take place?
Well, the reimbursement would take place after they receive their first quarter sales tax reimbursement or sales tax installment from the county, which would be in January of next year. So it's probably a month after we would pay the funds out that they would be able to reimburse us that cash.
And that is if it's needed. There's
it's
no
needed.
guarantee it's needed.
Right.
But what we're committing to is not to go over the 2.8. And that's why that decision, new business item is in, that we'll get to that later. We're committing not to go over 2.8. If anything goes over, it's going to be,
Yeah, it's
it
on
would
them.
be reimbursed.
But the whole intent was to reduce the tax burden on the
I
citizens.
just wanted clarity on
Yeah.
the two numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so Doug, thank you. As you've been here a lot, we'll come back to you if we need it. So this is a public hearing, and at this time, we have possibly two people testifying, but let's start with who we have signed up.
Hubert Osborne?
Good evening, Hubert. Thank you for being here tonight. And you know the ropes, thank you. Even though we probably could quote your address, we'll let you give it to us.
Well, Debbie had trouble remembering my name out front, so I'll try it again. My name's Hubert Osborne. My wife and I reside at 4199 East Switzer Way. And my comments are limited as you, and I give Doug a lot of credit. You built up my trust last year, so I didn't dig into this like I have other years. But he actually touched on it, and that's the financing of the fleet building program. And as I said before, I am adamant that it should not be done with a long-term lease. Excuse my writing, I can't read it either. For a five-year lease, I would go along with that, but a long-term lease is too easy. The finance costs are higher, and it's very easy, as you all know, to convince a majority of the city council rather than run a bond for a long-term 30-year bond, which long-term financing has traditionally been done by bonds. But with the advent of the Fraser decision, lease purchase is suddenly being pushed by the banks. And I would comment that the county has been approached a number of times to finance the $180 million jail with lease purchase, which could be done with 2 commissioners voting for it. And I think that's very dangerous. So I would hope you would find another way to finance it. I'm not opposed to the buildings themselves, just the method of financing. I think it sets a very bad precedent if you go with a long-term lease. So thank you.
Hubert, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we don't have anyone else signed up to testify, but is there anyone here that did not sign up to testify that would like to do so? I see someone raising their hand back there. So Amy, as you come forward, give us your address. I think you know the routine.
I feel like I live at 411 3rd Street South, but but you have my actual address.
Well said. You're real.
1623 West Orchard Avenue.
Mayor, as soon as she's done, can she go home?
I didn't wake up planning on testifying. I didn't want Mr. Osborne to be the only one, I think for 2 years in a row, to be the only citizen that actually testifies at our budget hearing. So I do support our budget, but mostly, Mayor, I hope you don't mind. I wanted to brag on Ed and Doug and all the amazing staff, because I'm sure you know it's a huge lift to make this happen. And I think, have you already started on FY23? Yeah. So I just thought I would give accolades to the staff who work really hard behind the scenes to stretch every dollar and know that we are good stewards. I get told a lot, or I get told we have a zero budget and we'll make that work too. So anyway, and to Jeff and Tom and the grants and all this stuff that gets done, I'm just so proud to be part of the City of Nampa team, and thank you to you as council as well for all that you do to serve our community.
Mayor, if Amy, you'll probably, what's the award we've been getting for the last several years as far as the most fiscally? So I think that maybe needs to be.
Yeah.
The Wallet Hub. Which one are you talking about? Wallet Hub or Wallet Hub?
We want to add to our ribbon of awards. We received the GFOA's Excellence in Accounting for all the work that Michelle does on the annual financials.
And that's with who?
That's the GFOA.
So it stands for what?
Government Finance Officers Association. So it's a very large national organization.
We just received that one, or?
We for like 30 years on the accounting side. What we want to do is add the budget side to that equation. That's why the budget book is being developed as it is, to get us that award.
The Wallet Hub has been for a few years, right?
Yeah.
All since this mayor has been in office, I believe.
Yeah.
1 year before. Yeah.
And we're also voted like best place to trick or treat also. Coming up.
We haven't heard of that
Anyway,
one
thank
yet.
you. Are you good? You have more questions?
Amy does such an incredible job trying to figure out how to communicate this. And putting together, we did a video, Doug did a video, and Amy, thank you for your hard work in trying to communicate to our citizens. I do hear a lot from our citizens that say thank you for the excellent communication. So, good job, thank you. Is there anyone else here this evening that wanted to testify that did not sign up that would like to testify regarding our budget? Okay, and I don't know that there's anyone online that has intended to testify, so no? Okay. So with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
It's been moved twice and then seconded, yeah, so there we go. So moved by Rodriguez, seconded by Haverfield. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any questions, or this is the opportunity for council discussion?
Mayor, I'll start off first if you wouldn't mind. Doug, if I could ask you a couple of questions. So according to the information on the fleet building, it's about $8 million.
7.1, I believe, 7.2 maybe.
7.1. Now that's already in our budget.
It's in the budget.
However, is that in the budget reached out to a loan or a lease agreement?
The way it's structured right now in the budget would be $1.5 million coming from impact fees, and the remainder would be financed through a lease purchase agreement. I have two other avenues to pursue. One is we have been able to develop a capital funding reserve where we could pull money from that to reduce the loan to, say, $3.5 million. But I am looking at another option. I'm not quite ready to go into the details yet, which conceivably, I'm not guaranteeing this because I haven't done my homework yet, but conceivably it's possible it might get us down to an all-cash type of a purchase. Not there yet, but if I could find the way forward on that was acceptable to you, that would be something I think that would be preferable to the lease purchase. However, failing that, I think we can get the lease purchase down to a very reasonable amount that's much less tenuous and worrisome than a $5.5 million value.
Okay, so let me ask you this way also, is you're thinking of alternatives for this 8 million. What if you do come up with an alternative and it's not 7 point whatever, and you come through, well, with a lower number, what would happen to that number that we have delegated for this fleet, and could we use it somewhere else?
Well, let's look at a couple different options. Let's say the total purchase price remains at $7.1 million, but we're able to fund it differently. Then it's the discussion, do we want to go, is it still financially beneficial for the city to do what I call cost avoidance? You're avoiding future cost increases by investing in capital today. That will be the discussion. On the other hand, if we were to somehow come back with a different investment request, either higher or lower than the 7.1, if it's higher, that needs to go back before the council for approval and a possible amendment. If it's lower, it still needs council approval.
So now the third option is this for me, is if we do get a lease option, over time, interest rates are increased, or do they?
Well, again, a complex question. What most analysts do is they look at the 10-year treasury bill rate, and that's the indicator of where interest rates are headed. It's been going up and down and fluctuating. It has not spiked up rapidly as we would expect. And there's speculation as to why it hasn't increased with the inflation, but if inflation continues, that 10-year rate will increase, then borrowing rates will follow almost lockstep. But for the moment, the rates are good.
And so that's my point, is as it increases, then it's a more push on us, the council, to go to the taxpayer to say, we need more dinero.
Well,
right?
Let me also add, this is something where I mentioned a tipping point. We need to move on this fairly rapidly or not move at all. It's one of those options that if we delay 6 months, we may have missed a window. We might as well just go with the outsourcing because of the constraint. But let me put it to you another way. Let's say I can find a way to reduce or eliminate the need for external borrowing, and we loan ourselves the money. Therefore, Fleet pays us the interest. That's a win-win scenario for everyone. Even if I can reduce it, it's still a win scenario for us. But let me go through the numbers and find out a way. But I will emphasize this is something that needs to be moved on positively or negatively fairly quickly.
And what priority is that? Is that we lease to ourselves? What priority is that with you right now?
It depends on the availability of the cash.
I see.
If we can do it and not sacrifice a greater need, that's how we want to go. But we have to make this decision based on not just the needs of Fleet, but the opportunity cost. We can invest $100 million here or there. What's the best place to do it? So presenting to you had to invest $7 million in Fleet also has to be considered. It's not only important for Fleet, but is it the best use of money for the city? And that's the decision we have to make.
So, and I'd like to just break in real quickly. If we approve the budget as stated, we are not approving the move forward on the Fleet building.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that that is clear. This vote tonight does not approve the move forward. The budget is a placeholder. And it's just like we were talking about in fire, there's an element of it's got to be there so that we can make a decision. And what Doug is saying is that decision will come back before the council, and we anticipate it coming forward soon because that decision needs to be made soon. But tonight's vote on the budget is not approving the fleet building.
Right.
It is approving the budgetary capacity in the
Right.
event we do move forward. And that's all that it's doing, because that's
Exactly.
a separate discussion and approval that will come.
Mayor, and then I'm back, if I can break in too, and I left my figures at home, I'm not thinking too well sometimes. Anyway, my understanding, by adding up the figures, if my math was correct at all, for the 30-year, for the lease purchase, my figures show that it was 2.1 million in interest.
I'd have to recall, I was proposing
I
a
added up-
20,
I added up all your bracket items, and the difference between 20-year and 30-year was.
probably, but I wouldn't recommend a 30-year in the first place. It would maximum
No,
of 20
That was there,
with,
so, yeah.
with a price point at 10 years where we could pay it off entirely.
And I know that's for future discussion, I'm just
Got it.
saying that
Yeah.
there is a finance, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so the question, Councilman Brunner, is that financing cost less than the cost of not doing it?
True.
That's the question you want to look at.
And we will come back before council, probably, I'm going to guess, maybe the second meeting in September?
Right about, I should be able to have an idea if the funding path I am proposing will be viable.
Or the first meeting of October at the latest?
Yeah, right about
Okay,
there.
that we would come back before council and have this discussion. It gives us plenty of time to consider Hubert's comments.
So we would be able at that point in time to look and see if it's viable to continue pursuing that direction.
Yes. Councilman
Would that be
Haverfield?
would that be a public hearing process to allow people like Hubert and others to come and voice their
I
concerns?
think
about-
that's up to you and the council, how you want to treat it.
I think, again, for the sake of transparency, I think it's important that this discussion allow citizen input, because that's where the concern in the past has
Sure.
been with
Yeah.
decisions by a council or a select group of people making a decision that's going to affect so many others
Yeah.
by virtue of that extension. So I think it's
Sure.
important that we do open it up to further comment.
I
Thank you.
completely support that.
Mayor Cleaver,
That'll be you guys. I'm just pointing back here, so you guys, you'll need to, Tom's got it, get it
before
on.
Doug sits down, I think it's important for people who, I don't know, Ed, if you don't mind holding up your budget book.
You can't lift it up.
I know. And these are double-sided pages. It is a significant amount of work that goes into this. But before, I think people might get a little confused on why you would say Fleet should pay us back interest. Can you explain how Fleet is structured?
Well,
little bit,
you have to well, pardon me, that's maybe the strong. General government or government structure operates on a series of fund types. General government is police, fire, infrastructure. We have enterprise funds and we have internal service or special revenue funds. Each of those operates on a different set of accounting principles. And we don't have a free flow of money or cash or investment between each of these fund types for very good reasons. The general gov can loan money to another fund, at which point in time they will pay us back. And that's how it works. If we loan money to them, we would set a market interest rate and let them pay us back. The advantage there is we get the interest and we don't have to go through the financing costs of going to a public offering.
Thanks. I just wanted to make sure taxpayers who haven't seen the way
Yeah.
that you budget, that they don't think we're taking interest from another department. Plus,
Nope.
Fleet has this really unique way to actually earn some revenue with some of the services
Right.
they provide. So just for taxpayers to understand
Sure.
that it's more complicated than.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
It's,
Thank you. Councilman
To
Haverfield?
follow up on that conversation, though, if I were to lend my business money, and then I were to get interest payments back from that business, I'm subject to tax on
you
that
are.
income.
Personally, you are, yes.
So is the city subject to
No,
any tax?
we are tax exempt. There is no tax burden to us by doing so.
But we're creating an income source.
We are charging expense on one side of the books and recognize income on the other. Do you follow me? The fleet,
If you got to figure
but
it out.
we as a general government do not pay income taxes. We are tax exempt,
Right, but we're not loaning money and getting it back with interest.
but we're keeping the money, so to speak, in-house.
As long as you got it figured out so that we're not.
Councilman Haverford, he has handcuffs right over here, so.
It's better for the city to do that if we have the cash reserves to do so, and that's what we,
He's asleep.
it's not the only option, but it's a good option.
It's saving interest.
Right.
Is there further discussion on?
Mayor, I
Yes.
just want to thank Doug and Ed and your crew. I'll tell you what, I go in your office I come out with a headache, but I understand. You guys have just a wonderful job, and I'm just so proud that both these gentlemen work for us along with the crew that you got behind you.
But they're very, very, very dedicated people. We've got some people here that really value the city. What Ed and I are really trying to accomplish is a process that serves the city longer than we live, that builds in financial stability and builds in a method for transparency and clarity with you and the citizens.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to say so, and Ed wrote, his goal is that we receive that budgetary award, and he wrote hundreds of pages of narrative that took a tremendous amount of work. And I just want to say, Ed, thank you. This is his retiring, closing project after a year, a career. And I thank you for lending your expertise to our city. And presenting a budget on your birthday. You're
That's
right.
right.
Let's just give him a standing ovation.
Yeah.
All right.
So what is the will of the council regarding the budget?
Mayor, I will make a motion to approve.
And actually,
Oh, we have to close. Did we?
it's a first reading, yes, we did. And so I think we would move, typically we do an action and a roll call, but our action is A, which is the first reading of ordinance. Okay, so we'll read the ordinance and then we'll move forward from there.
Is that under suspension of rules?
It's requested to pass under suspension of rules.
In ordinance appropriating funds for a 12-month period from the first day of October 2021 to and inclusive of the 30th day of September 2022 to defray the expenses and liabilities of the city of Nampa for said fiscal year, specifying the objects and purposes for which said appropriation is made, authorizing a levy of sufficient tax upon the taxable property, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, directing the city clerk to file certified copies of this ordinance with the county commissioners and Idaho Secretary of State, providing an effective date, referencing sources and uses of funds, and appropriating monies, specifying a process for the expenditure of funds, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you, and I think Councilwoman Munchie would like.
So moved under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Doug, you're done with that project. Now you can move to the L2. Thank you. Ed, thank you. If you'd like to go home, you can. You have our permission. Fire. It's later. It's later in the budget. It's after public hearing, so it'll be a little bit. My apologies. Do you want to stay for that?
You can watch it.
I kind of doubt it, because the discussion will come with a budget amendment.
And I think more or less we're pretty good. I'd take advantage of the opportunity to hit the road.
Yes. Thank you, Ed. And council, I'd like to get through one more public hearing before we take a break. Is that okay? Okay. We can get through them all if we can. I'm game. Okay. So we're moving to 6.2 on the agenda. This is an action item, a development agreement modification that was originally recorded for Lake Brook subdivision. Ordinance number 3610, which was modifying the site plan, eliminating the proposed church to be replaced with an additional single-family residential area and removal of narrow private streets and gated neighborhoods for Middlebury subdivision in an RS zoning district with 334 buildable lots, 1 existing home, and 36 common lots located at 12246 Orchard Avenue. This is for Jane Scuggs with Gem State Planning, representing Clinton Whistle. So is our applicant here this evening. Good evening. Yes, you are first, and after that, the staff report, and then we'll move into public testimony. So thank you. Go ahead and state your name and your address.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David Bailey, and I'm with Bailey Engineering 1119 East State Street in Eagle. And I'm here tonight representing the Middlebury subdivision and Jane Suggs. And Jane, and Trilogy Development, who's the applicant on this project. Jane is off somewhere else, so I'm back up. So I hope you'll please be nice to me. I haven't done this in a long time, and but I do have a little experience at it, so hopefully I can get us where we need to go. As I understand, Jane had brought the Middlebury subdivision before the council and talked about the development agreement, and you had sent her out with direction to make some changes to the plat, which added a centrally located, pretty good-sized park within the project. I happen to be also the subdivision designer, so I made the changes to the plat to accommodate that. And what we've come up with is made some changes on the plan up here, and we removed about 10 buildable lots from the subdivision and added the park in the northeast corner. It's 2.58 acres. There were some additional comments from the staff, from Public Works staff on alignment of streets, which we were able to correct at the same time in making this plan within here. And according to the landscape plan, we're planning on having a clubhouse and a pool on the 2.58 acres and a parking lot that's dedicated to that, and quite a bit of open space. And then we've worked hard throughout the whole subdivision to make sure that the connectivity is there to get people to the open space in the area. Located along the boulevard, which is a collector street that runs north-south through the community in this area. And like I said, we have pretty good connectivity either adjacent to or between lots on the street, so we make sure it's there. As you're probably aware, CBH now owns the property north of this, and we're finalizing the development plans on that for a submittal. But in that plan, if you go one more, Christy, maybe I think we have yeah. So in that plan, we'll show a little snippet of it here. We're actually going to add more acreage to the north end of this park with that plan, in addition to more centrally located open space within that plan as well. So this kind of expands this out and makes this a dual use here in this area. And makes it, I think, 3.6 acres is the total on this. So hopefully we've followed your instructions on that end of it, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Yes.
Mr. Bailey, the percentage that's landscape, do you know what that percentage is?
Of the 2.5 acres of the entire project?
The entire project. What amount is actually landscape?
It's 105 acres. And so that one piece would be?
Christy can answer.
Oh, it's on there. Okay, so the total open space is 16.75%.
16, so it exceeds
Yeah, but the
15.
the 2.5 acres itself would be 2.5% of 100 acres, right, of that centrally located.
I was just looking to see if it exceeded 15%.
Yes.
And you are developing this as a planned unit development?
I think it's a R6 development. We're removing the PUD designation, and this meets all of the RS6 zoning dimensional standards.
Yeah, because I read in here, we are requesting that the DA be modified and remove the narrow private streets, gated neighborhoods, and revised dimensional standards of the Lakewood PUD. So are you looking to eliminate the PUD as well?
I believe that's the case, is we're removing the PUD from this piece of property and developing as a compliant RS6 subdivision.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions at this time? Well, Mr. Bailey, as is traditional, we'll have you back after public hearing.
Okay.
And so you can just listen. If there's any questions that come back, we'll ask you after public hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Christy, staff report.
I'm not a very tall person. Doesn't work. Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. The action requested from you this evening is consideration of a development agreement modification for 105.78 acres on the property on Orchard Avenue between Midway Road and Lake. You all requested some changes be made to the amount of open space within the development agreement concept plan. So now that request is for the approval of this development agreement with the revised concept plan. So in March of 2021, this body approved a rezone from RS6 PUD to RS6, but it has been waiting for this revised development agreement with the revised concept plan. February of 2021, P&Z recommended approval of the development agreement modification and the rezone. They approved the preliminary plat contingent upon the decision made here this evening. This new revised plan is not a significant enough revision for it to cause to go back. If you approve the concept plan, we can move forward with final platting. July 2020, we had a pre-application meeting with staff to discuss the project. And everything before that created the RS6 PUD and so on that we're discussing this evening. The revised layout, so if we look at the common lots, previously it was 36 common lots on 15.47 acres, which was 14.62% of the project. They revised that to be 33 common lots because the comments from this board was to pull some of it together to create one large gathering space rather than having it broken up. So they removed some of the lots, and so now they have less lots, but they're larger. So it's 17.72 acres for a total of 16.75%. Some of the really quick details, the property is RS6 PUD currently. It is surrounded by property that is, some of it's in the city, some of it isn't, but it's all mostly ag used for farming. The development is located approximately 2.3 miles from Fire Station Number 4 with an approximate response time of 5 minutes. And it does have adequate capacity to serve with gravity sewer and 3 different water mains coming in from various directions. So the applicable regulations for a development agreement, it's ultimately a contract between the city and the developer, and at a minimum must comply with the listed requirements in regards to a new legal description, an approved concept plan, and various conditions that you would apply. Section B listed here and in your staff report describes how a development agreement is applied to any given project. So you can use that in your decision this evening. We did receive input from the building department to meet the standard Title IV regulations to provide a grading plan with the approved concept drawings. The Parks Department's requesting construction and dedication of a pathway area. The City Forester is requesting a revised landscape plan. CenturyLink noted that any relocation of facilities would be at the developer's expense. The GIS division has listed some street name changes. The fire department indicates an increase of personnel that may need to be provided for service for this number of units. And the engineering division has outlined their standard development comments. So the development agreement is attached with Ordinance 3610 that was recorded on September 12th of 2006. This request is to replace only the southern portion of the development agreement. When they came to you previously, there was a different owner on the northern section, but they have since purchased that, so now it's all one owner. They will be coming forward with a development agreement modification for that northern half shortly. The layout of the project will be revised, and the proposed church lot on the south will go away. The gated roadways and the narrow roadways will go away. They'll become just standard city streets at this point. So these are your conditions of approval that are listed in the staff report and would be included in the development agreement. And this is your potential motion, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor, Christie, if you can, just remind me, memory is lapsed. So this area has already been annexed?
Yes, correct.
When did that happen? You know?
That was in 2005. So in March of 2005, it was annexed and zoned to RA. In 2006, then it was rezoned from RA to the RS6 PUD
So
that it is now.
is this about as extensive as we are from city limits as far as west?
Yes, this is the
I thought
extent.
most of our city limits just went to Midway, so that's why I'm.
Yeah, this is the one area that is just past Midway. And this is the extent of our city limits.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I didn't have my mic on, so Christy, I'm sure we'll have you back, and thank you so much. So this is a public hearing, and so at this time, we don't have anyone signed up. Okay, is there anyone here that had intended to sign up in favor or in opposition to this particular project? See none. Is there anyone online? Only staff online. Okay, so I won't keep asking you that question. Thank you so much. Well, if there is no one to testify, then I would, well, I guess at this time, the applicant has an opportunity to come back with any closing comments. Do you have anything else you'd like to share?
No, I don't, unless there's more questions for me.
Okay, counsel, do you have any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, counsel, do you have any questions for staff? What is the will? This is our discussion time. What is the will of the council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I know we talked about this before, but that's also an area where we're seeing significant traffic increase. And we're adding potentially 1,000 residents, which I don't know how many car trips that leads to per day. And then if they purchase the land behind that, what impact are we expecting on already pretty busy areas?
Mayor, Councilman Mucci, they have done a traffic impact study on this phase of the project. One of the things that I would note is because it was all originally part of one development and we were aware that they were purchasing the other portion, we've required that the traffic impact study for the next phase of it required to look at this piece not as background traffic, but as part of the project. And so there are some indications that there may be some significant traffic improvements that next phase will require. But this one, there are minor improvements that they have to do, if my memory serves me correctly. But then the next phase that we have not seen yet has some major improvements that are likely to be required.
Okay, thanks, Daniel.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Mayor, if I may, Mr. Bailey, just a quick question. So what's the window of time that you're estimating on this first phase for completion? I mean, are we talking about 2025, or are we getting it done in 1 year?
Mayor and Councilman Bruner, the sewer comes from the north. And so I would expect actually that the first phase would be completed in the northern project. So this probably wouldn't start until the northern project went in.
Okay, so it's
And
just
all those
reverse.
traffic impacts are gonna be,
Done prior
and not
to
all
the
of it in,
phase.
but it would probably start in that northern phase just because that's the way it could develop.
That's what I was wondering, because coming from, from Flamingo,
Yeah.
right?
It's possible that the developer would decide to bring the sewer all the way down through this and to this phase, but I doubt it from an engineering perspective, that makes any sense. What that does for us and for the city also is gets these other traffic improvements in the queue, and this gets developed in a more orderly
Good.
fashion. right?
I like that answer. Thanks.
Good question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. What's the will of the council?
Mayor, I move that we approve this to an RS6, and my motions are usually pretty simplistic if I need to add something more.
So there is one stated up there, if we can read it,
no,
or you
I'm not
can
gonna
just
be able to
say
see that.
as stated.
In the approval,
Uh-huh.
in the green approval, I do see the color, so.
And
And the conditions as stated.
I'll second it.
okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the development agreement modification as stated. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 6.3 is an action item. This is the variance of Section 1016C4, requiring a 15-foot landscape buffer along 6th Avenue North, reducing the landscape buffer to approximately 3 feet from the right-of-way in order to pave the overflow parking lot for vehicle sales at 603 10th Avenue North and 920 and 916 6th Street North. This is at Tom Scott Motors for Connie Runya, representing Gunner Properties LLC. And hi, how are you? Good evening, and you know the ropes, so thank you for waiting so long.
Well, I'm looking at your robust agenda, and so I'm going to keep my comments very short. I'm Connie Runia. My address is 6396 Bennett Road. This rose out of a site improvement plan to pave and upgrade the parking lot. Many of you are familiar with the location of this Tom Scott dealership along 11th Avenue North and 6th Street. Great picture up there. This will move it from being a graveled parking lot. It's used primarily for inventory for used and new vehicles coming into the dealership. Also employee parking. If we were to take the precise language of the ordinance and apply it to this as a condition of approval on the site improvement permit, it would result in taking quite a bit of the south end of that parking lot away. It would impact about 12 to 15 parking spaces. I don't want you to think from the language of this variance on your staff report here, it's going from 15 to 3 feet. We're not at all proposing a 3-foot buffer there. In fact, the buffer, if this variance is approved, will exceed 19 feet. It'll include that grassy area that you see there and the sidewalk plus an additional area of grass. The fence that's currently there would be moved back slightly. So we have our engineer and a contractor representative as well as the general manager from Tom Scott here and available to answer any questions that you may have. And with that, I would conclude my comments unless you have any specific questions for me here.
I don't see any questions at this moment. However, I'm sure we will have you back. So we'll go to staff report, public hearing, and then we'll have you come back.
I will
Thank
be
you,
here.
Connie. Thank you. Good evening, Parker. Thank you for providing the staff report.
My pleasure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This one is pretty straightforward. The issue arose when they applied for a site improvement permit, as the applicant stated. The issues, the property line is right abutting the sidewalk on the northern portion. And by code, on a collector street, there needs to be a 15-foot landscape buffer within the property boundaries. Because there's landscaping existing there could be reasoning to reduce that. This is BC zoned, surrounded by single-family homes. The Tom Scott dealership to the south of it. Here's a diagram showing the red line is the existing fence. The blue line is they're moving the fence back 3 feet to provide more landscaping. The code for the variance, the applicable regulations, they need to be able to show undue hardship. The purpose of the variance is to provide fair treatment, as you all know. The applicable regulations are in your staff report, so I won't cover those. The only correspondence we received, building department requires Title IV regulations, which they aren't building anything, so that shouldn't really apply. This is one of the only commercial lots on the street there, so it's not really, this is a unique case where you can kind of view it where a variance could be, is not special privilege in a sense, because there's only one case like this. The existing sidewalk will stay there, and they will be proposing 3 additional feet of landscaping, as I've stated. Conditions of approval, they just need to comply with whatever condition requirements that we put on the site improvement permit. Most of those will be considered in regards to the engineering, engineering conditions that they put on the paving of that lot. And here's a potential motion for you, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor,
Yes.
can you go back to the image that you showed us with the red line and the blue line? So currently, there's a landscape strip there, but that's from the property line towards the street, so it's the right-of-way.
Correct.
So that's what we're looking at below the red line now. Above the red line is the blue line. Is that where they're looking to add additional landscape that's not there now?
Between the red line and the blue line will be landscaped.
So in essence, what they're asking is instead of that being 15 feet north of the red line, it would be
Correct.
just 3, taking into consideration the landscaping that's in the right-of-way.
Correct.
So I guess my question to you is, and maybe to Daniel, is there any thought in the future of this road being widened that we need to be concerned about by allowing this?
Councilman, talking with Caleb, the assistant city engineer, he didn't know of any plans to change 6th Street in the future.
It's only the 6th Street frontage, correct?
Correct.
And then to the south of 6th Street, or on the other side of 6th Street, is that the old pharmacy? What, is that residential? What is that?
On the south side, those are all houses, single-family houses.
It's not doing anything different than what's already there today. It's just actually widening the landscape strip by 3 feet.
Correct. Because it's a commercial lot, they have to, the 15-foot landscape buffer applies in this case. So the other lots don't have to have that 15-foot.
Are there any other questions at this time? Parker, we'll have you back if we have any. Thank you. So this is a public hearing, and we had 2 people signed up, Connie being one, and then the other person is Kurt Smith. So Kurt, come on up. Thank you for giving us your a name again and your address.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Kurt Smith. I live at 2587 Southside Boulevard in Melba, Idaho. I'm involved with this project as the project engineer. The reason why we're coming, or one of the reasons, is we aren't going to change the area that much. If you consider what 6th Street is and how it's improved today, it extends down to 16th, and it's fully improved with curb gutter and a finished street section. As you look north, you can go clear to the railroad tracks, excuse me, and there's curb and gutter with finished asphalt to there, which is over 1,000 feet to the north. There's residences around us. What we have now is congenial with the neighborhood, and so we really aren't changing much that way. It just makes sense to us, our proposal. And we reviewed the staff report, and we have no issues with anything there. And so we'd be glad to finish the project, taking into account all the staff's recommendations. And with that, I would close for questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. So that is all that we had signed up this evening to testify. Is there anyone here that had intended to or would like to that did not get signed up? Seeing none, this is an opportunity, Connie, for you to give any closing comments, or council, do we have any questions for the applicant? See? Thank you. Okay, I don't see any. So with that, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. What is the will of council? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm so ready to move forward. It's been moved.
He doesn't need a second.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to.
But let's, oh, hang on one second.
Did they close it?
Yes, but we have to vote. So it's been moved and seconded that we close public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There we go. So I messed up first.
ahead.
Okay. Okay, it's your motion.
I move to approve the variance request requiring a 15-foot landscape buffer along 6th Street North, reducing the buffer to approximately 3 feet from right-of-way in order to pave the overflow parking lot for vehicle sales with conditions of approval as stated.
It's been seconded by Councilwoman Levi. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes, for sure.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
And Mucci?
Yes.
Thank you. And then Connie, I don't know the gentleman sitting next to you. Are you with Tom Scott? Yeah, I'm Craig Collins. I'm the GM. It's nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you for your work and thank you for being a part of our community. Great. Good evening, guys. Take care. Okay, now we're ready for item 6.4, excuse me. I put checks next to the wrong ones on my sheet, and this is Mike Muscles. Okay, so this is a variance. This is also an action item, variance of section 1034-10A1F1, requiring mechanical units protruding from the roof to be screened from public view, and the proposal to paint them the same color as the building for the existing and new Idaho Arts Charter School building located at 525 and 515 North Broadmoor Way. This is for Muscle Construction, representing Jackie Collins, Idaho Arts Charter School. Is our applicant here this evening? Good evening, Mike. It's good to see you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Muscle, 320 11th Avenue South, Nampa. It was about 2017 or 2018, we built the new school there for Idaho Arts, and we were able to get our occupancy and everything. On the drawings, or we're here tonight for the variance, I guess I should mention that, but anyway, on the drawings, when you're not all the way at the right-of-way, because this lot sits so far back, it's tough to see the units, because once you get on the sidewalk, it's not viewable. Christy made it out there, and we kind of did a walk around, but the long and the short of it is we're hoping that we can get a variance on this and move forward on the next schools. This school's in an industrial park now. It wasn't originally because we were the first one to build there. And now it's just surrounded. You can't even see the school, and it butts up to the sewer plant there. There's some difficulties because we did move the kitchen to the front corner where the bus loop goes so they could get the semis in to unload the food and so on. And that always causes the hoods for the kitchen equipment, they're quite a bit higher, and there's some code regulations there and stuff where it can't be right up against a screen. So we're asking if we could possibly paint these. I mean, it was from 4 or 5 years ago. We did add on another 12,000 square feet to the school for COVID and for other reasons. And so they could spread the kids out a little bit. But anyway, we finished the school Friday, and they're ready to move in. I think it's on the 25th, and we got to get past this hurdle. Now coming up, and we've taken some time to meet with the building department and Christie and the design review. For Nampa Christian, we've raised all the parapets up. Those are probably 40 inches or something, but the equipment, depending on what manufacturer you use, they're taller or shorter, and this just didn't happen to work well. But on the new school, on Orchard there, it's covered, and we've got everything correct. So I'd ask that maybe we could paint them, and hopefully that would help. We've never heard of a complaint, one neighbor or otherwise. It was just something that was it's a paperwork thing, and we'll correct this for the future projects. So another thing to mention is I drove around Nampa, and if you look at Next Rider, I could show you 12 of them, but they all have the same issues, and I think from here on out, they'll be caught in the design review state. So we're not the only ones, but we're asking for a little help, so thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So are there any questions for Mike at this time? Okay, well, we'll have you come back if there are. Christy.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. The action requested from you tonight is for a variance from the Design Review Code section as it pertains to the screening of mechanical units, which is 103410A1F1, requiring that mechanical units that are protruding from the roof be screened from public view. They are asking to paint them. The code says to have some sort of a wall or screening or a parapet or something. So a little bit of history on this. In October of 2015, this property was zoned BC for the existing school site. In July of 2020, the property to the south was zoned BC to expand the school site. January 2021, we went to design review with the building, and during that conversation, the committee imposed conditions that the mechanical units on the existing school and the new school be screened according to code. In May of 2021, Muscle Construction appealed that decision to Planning and Zoning. It was denied, and P&Z upheld the Building and Site Design Standards decision. The property is surrounded by BC and IL zoned properties, as Mr. Muscle stated. This would be your applicable regulations for approving the variance. There is the code section from design review, the 103410A, and the variance conclusions of law that would be required here. Again, needs to be a practical hardship. It can't be something that wouldn't be afforded to the others in the area. The only correspondence that we received was from the building department that if any changes are made, that it would be subject to Title IV requirements. So just some pictures of the school. As stated, with the design review application is typically received early in the design of a project. Sometimes the mechanical system has not yet been designed or laid out for a building. If the architect makes an assumption about the size or location of the units, and then they need to be bigger to provide enough capacity or even moved in this case, then a larger portion of the unit may show above the roof line that was not anticipated. The Building and Site Design Committee determined that the Idaho Arch Charter School buildings shall be required to meet the mechanical unit screenings listed in code, and the Planning and Zoning Commission agreed with them. The applicant has acknowledged this requirement, but is struggling to find the appropriate solution for the problem. Therefore, they're requesting that they be able to paint the mechanical units rather than screen them, because that may cause additional problems with the units themselves. If council chooses to approve the variance, they will need to conclude that there is a hardship. Staff proposes, that the hardship may be that in this situation, if the code is strictly applied, that 1, the screening solutions could create further issues, that 2, adding elements to the structure may change the aesthetics, shape, and form of the originally approved building, and 3, the remediation could be costly for the school. So in these pictures, let me just talk through the pictures real quick. The one on the bottom is a view from Shannon Drive, which would be a view from I-84. That's a vacant lot there that's probably going to be developed at some point in the future. The one on the top is from Broadmoor Way. As stated, when you're standing in the parking lot, you can't really see the mechanical units from the parking lot view, but when you're standing out on Broadmoor, this is what you would see. So the new school, I went out on Friday and took pictures of the new school. So this is the view from the same location on Broadmoor of the mechanical units that are on the roof of the building. So because of the surrounding environment, industrial and commercial, and the many mature trees that already exist there, it could be argued that the exposed mechanical units are not that impactful to the neighborhood. City Council will need to conclude that this would not constitute a special privilege, and staff was unable to substantiate any health or safety concerns by granting a variance in this situation. So the recommended conditions, should you choose to approve this, are that the applicant paint the mechanical units to blend in with the exterior colors of the building, and any other conditions that you see fit to impose. That's your potential motion. I will stand for any questions.
Were images given to the Building and Site Design Committee that indicated some sort of a screening? And the approval was granted with the screening shown in those images.
So Councilman Haverfield, the images that we got early on in the design review phase did not show mechanical units on the
So they
building.
just didn't show the mechanical units, didn't provide any screening because they didn't show the
They
mechanical.
didn't show them.
And then the decision that was appealed to planning and zoning, again, they did not approve the appeal as well.
That's correct.
So the reasons that they didn't go along with it, was it because, again, that there wasn't anything that was really proven as a hardship other than the cost?
So Councilman Haverfield, they weren't really viewing it from a variance standpoint, so they weren't looking at it as a hardship. Their opinion was that it is stated in code that they need to be screened, and so they need to be screened. They need to follow code.
But we have to come up with a reason for the variance that would be something other than just the cost associated with the screening,
That is correct.
which hasn't really been proven yet, I guess. It's just my thought. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Christy. We'll come
Thank you.
back if we have any. And actually, there is no one signed up to testify in favor or in opposition to this. And so with that, there would be an opportunity, Mike, for you to come back and address the council and share anything you would like to.
I did talk to the architect, it's Network Architects out of Boise, and the parapet walls are shown on the plan. But when you look at the elevation and it's got that line of view, you can't see it. But if you 3D cut that, the unit is in there. So it is, the unit is screened by a certain view. But unfortunately, this, you have to go clear out to Broadmoor, which is 300 feet. I mean, it's a football field or close. And then you can view the top of them. And if you look, you can see the top of them. I get that. Also, part of that is kitchen equipment. And we went to the HVAC companies and we asked them, how can we screen this? And you can't get too close to them because they've got to be able to suck air. And when you do that, then code says you have to extend the vent pipe up again. So if we go and put it on top, we're going to, there's no winning. You're going to end up with a vent pipe anyway because you can't screen a unit so it can't suck the air. Then it takes the efficiency away up to like 20%, they said, for the school. So every unit, every classroom has a unit. And because we're so far back, that's why you end up seeing them. If you walk up to that school and you're at the flagpole or on the sidewalk, you can't see any units. And so I'm not trying to say that that wasn't a fair statement that they weren't up there. They are on there, and we design in that 3D, you know all about it, but if you were to cut that into a section, the unit is there. You just can't view it from that distance.
So Mike, in the section cut, the top of the parapet isn't the top of the mechanical unit then, as far as in the design? Otherwise,
I believe you can, it depends on which one you're looking at, but some of them show 8 inches, some of them show 12 inches, but the 12-inch ones are generally the ones that are for the kitchen equipment, which I'm not sure you can do anything about anyway. In the end, even if we screen every one of those, which that wasn't a very fair, do you realize that that parcel right there on that lower picture is 7 feet and up to 9 feet different? They're setting that much lower. That shows everything. Like if you're on the freeway or you drive on that Shannon is a side road where Denny's is at, and Maverick. That parcel sits 9 feet lower in the front section. It goes up to 7 feet, which doesn't help us any either because our parapet is like 40 inches right now. But when it gets lower and lower and lower and you drive by and you're able to see it, it's because it sets so much lower on that. It's got a berm that divides those two parcels. You can't really see it because of the weeds, but that's down in a hole right there. And it's not really on their property where they can grade it. It's on the neighboring property, which they've tried to buy, and they've been in negotiations to be able to expand the school that way. And if that's the case, and we do that, since we've done about $20 million for Idaho Arts so far, we could do something on the screen. But, you know, the code says it's only from the front view, too, and that's the side right there, just so you know. And
Thank you.
it is in an industrial park now.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up.
Councilman
Mike.
Haverfeld?
Mike, were you at the Building and Site Design Committee meeting? To share,
But you can't speak at those.
were you there?
There wasn't the ability to speak, so they said you could come, but you just listen. So there was nothing I could do at that point.
So my question, were you there?
Oh, originally, back in 2017, yes.
On January, well, no, the January 21st meeting, where the appeal, well, they approved the expansion, but they stated that the mechanical units needed to be screened. Were you at that meeting?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, and then the May 20 of this year, the appeal, were you at that one to be able to share the same thoughts that you just shared with us?
No, I think I had a representative there.
I just was wondering what their response were to you at those.
Their response was to come tonight for a variance rather than approve it under their conditions because they thought it would be better. And I think the reasoning is so that the next person can't do the same type of thing. They wanted you to make the decision. So it was a denial, but it was more of a motion to push it off onto the council, is the way I remember it. Because it is a little bit of a different situation here. We're lower, we're way further back. I can look at all of your units, like right here at the Civic Center, they're all on the front, and what they did is paint them. Next ride down there, they didn't paint them or screen them, period. No 40-inch wall or anything, you see the entire building. So I'm saying, just be fair is all. And in this case, we'll fix it for our next ones and make them, I mean, we must have made it 50 inches on the next school. And I can do that when it's the outside parapet, but you can't do it now without it causing a lot of grief. And then it's gonna ruin the look of that school. You'll know it's been added onto and patched in. If there was a simple fix with the screen, like lattice, fencing, stucco, anything, we would do it. But the efficiency that they lose, and then we have to put a pipe anyway. Once we do all that, we're gonna vent it again so it can breathe. So I don't know, if we had to do all over again, I'd just raise that wall, but we're in a situation where it's not possible.
Thank you, Mike. Okay. I'm trying to remember, did we close public hearing? No, we have not. Okay, because we've been asking questions of the applicant. I'm sorry, I got to get my little check marks in here. So are there any further questions for Mike as our applicant? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, what is the will of the council?
Mayor, I go to Awaken Church next door. I've never noticed them. There's a lot of trees there. And that's literally, that's your closest neighbor. And I have never noticed these until I saw it in our packet. So there's been no complaint from any neighbors.
You have a motion?
Yep. Unless Jacob, were you going to do it? Go for it. Go. Nope, go. No. Go.
With all conditions as approval. Yeah.
I like that.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Mike, nothing personal. I just know how the process works. I've been on the Building and Site Design Committee myself for 5 years and Planning and Zoning for 5 years. The time that they put in, I think, is valuable. I feel, it's sad when it's an ask for, instead of approval, a request for, a waiver. And that's unfortunate that happens, but it does happen. And I can't support the motion. I just think out of respect for the agencies that have already ruled on this and did not give their approval of the variance request, so I won't be supporting the motion, but it's nothing personal.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
on the other side of the spectrum, we shouldn't be here listening to this. You should just go paint them. That's common sense.
Just so you know, they're painted.
Thank you, sir. I will be
You knew that,
supporting.
didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Berner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
No.
Machi,
Yes.
and Bauer.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Okay, we're ready for our last public hearing of this evening. This is 6.5 on the agenda. This is an action item for annexation and zoning to RS6, which is single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, for a zoning district to connect to city utilities for a single-family home at 1028 North Middleton Road. This is a 1.9 acre parcel for James Cornell. Is James here this evening? Good evening, James. Go ahead and come forward, and you can give us your address again. I think we just said it right, at 1028.
That's not my address.
That's not your address? Okay, so we'll let you
My name
give
is
your
James
address.
Cornell. My address is 1016 North Middleton Road, Nampa.
Thank
So, Mayor and council members, we've applied for annexation to the city of this parcel, for this parcel of land. We have moved a manufactured house and a garage onto the property, and we would like to be able to hook up to the city water, sewer, and irrigation that's stubbed in there onto our property. And in order to do that, we must be annexed into the city, so that's my request.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Cornell? Okay, we'll have you back if we have some. I'm sorry, Councilman Haverfield, did you? Yes, okay. Okay, staff, Doug.
Yeah, Mayor Council, Doug Critchfield. So the location here is west of Middleton Road. It's south of Flamingo and north of Orchard Avenue. This is property that's in Canyon County currently in its jurisdictional status. There's mostly large lot residential development around it. The Silvercrest Estates is to the east, and Edmonds Hollow subdivision is to the southwest. This comprehensive plan designation is medium-density residential. The lot size is 1.09 acres. Its current use is an ag field. The proposed use is a single-family residence, and it would have legal access through a shared access agreement with the property adjacent at 1016. As was mentioned, there are utilities available to this property. There are 2 services for each utility that have been stubbed to both 1016 and 1028 for their use in the future. So the applicable regulations for annexation are standard regulations. There's nothing different in the staff report. These are others that you've seen in the past. As well as the 1023C in terms of the conclusions of law. Those also remain the same as in the past. The schedule of uses is in your staff report. The potential for this site is mostly single-family residential intended for low-density and urban single-family residential compatible uses. And there is also a 22-foot frontage requirement for abutting a private street or common driveway with legal access, which is being worked out currently. So the width of the setbacks are the same for the RS6 district as other RS6 district properties, and also the property dimensions are the same. In terms of correspondence, there was no objection or no comments from the agencies. The closest police station is 3 miles away. In terms of the staff analysis for this, it is surrounded by low-density and urban residential. It is within the comprehensive plan. It meets the needs of the comprehensive plan. The purpose is, a stated purpose is consistent with the RS6 zoning district. And if the property were to develop in the future and subdivide in the future, it would be subject to whatever land use setting is set over that from the comprehensive plan. So the conditions of approval are stated in your staff report. And the motion, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Doug, I actually have a quick question. I think the applicant mentioned, I'm not sure what was on the property currently. Is that?
There's a
home that's being moved, a manufactured home that's being moved.
A
onto the
manufactured
property.
home is
Yeah.
being located on that property? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any questions from council for Doug? Okay, seeing none. There is no one signed up other than the applicant to testify for this particular item on the agenda. Council, do you have any further questions from the applicant, or does the applicant have any closing comments? Nothing? Okay, thank you. I think I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we grant the annexation request and zoning to RS6, single-family residential zoning district to connect to city utilities for a single-family home at 1028 North Middleton Road for James Cornell.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Turner?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Machi?
Yes.
And Levi?
Yes.
Mr. Cornell, thank you for waiting so long this evening. I think you're good to go. Thank you very much. Okay, that closes, yes, that closes our public hearing. We are going to take approximate 5-minute break, and we'll be back to finish the business.
Way to go, we made it through.
Oh, we did it.
winding up because we're going to get started so we can all go home.
Amen.
Tom, we're going to start with your staff report. So Jamie,
Are you leaving then?
what are you doing with us tonight? Are you just listening in? You are? Great. Well, thank you. It's good to see you. So what we're going to do, we're going to do the staff report from Tom, and then we're going to skip over to 5.7, and then we're going to go back to 5.1. So, Tom, thank you for the staff report.
Thanks, Mayor, Council. So a couple items here. We'll just go in order on the staff report. So we gave you an update on State Highway 45 realignment. So this is the project to get the trucks out of downtown and out of the library loop, and us to be able to reclaim the downtown and not have it be a state highway. So we have gone through, we have a consultant that's helping us with the NEPA. So actually, we're doing an abbreviated NEPA called the PEL. And so we've done some windshield tours and done some initial discussions with some Simplot and the post office, and also with Federal Highways and the state. And our next step is to have a open public house at the Nampa Civic Center. And that's going to be on August 26th. So the environmental really is what drives the alignment. So we've looked at several different alignments in the past and assigned criteria based on delay and also cost. But just to be clear, the environmental is what determines the alignment. So we're looking at what, on these large scale federal projects like we're talking about, that's how it's determined. And it'll be the alignment that has the least impact to the environment. So in our case in Nampa, probably the biggest one will be historic buildings. And in this area, there's a lot of historic buildings, so that'll be the impact that we got to analyze. So encourage you to come to the meeting if you'd like to learn more about what options are out there on the 26th.
Tom, do we need to notice that meeting so that the council can all attend with that out?
Yeah, we certainly can. I might as well,
think
just
we
be
should.
be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please do
I'll
that
make a
way
note to do that.
we can all be there.
Okay. So the next item, VRT, we've already covered that one. And we'll get you the data that you're asking for. And then the ARPA funds, America Rescue Plan. So there's been some discussion on how to, Doug and I are going to meet and go through some of the information we learned on a webinar. And we're going to have a meeting here next week. Yeah, so Public Works did come up with some options for y'all to consider, the council to consider on. So far what we've heard is ARPA funds, $17 million roughly coming to Nampa in 2 installments. And the eligible projects are mainly infrastructure. So and it's sewer, water, and broadband. So we have a list of, there's lots of needs, and all our projects we're proposing are maintenance-related projects. There's no growth-related projects in there, because the logic is you don't have enough money to maintain what you've got. You wouldn't go request to build new. So this mainly is just maintaining what we have. So we have a lot of maintenance projects in our program and our master plans that we pulled out that could be delivered. As of right now, we would kind of leaning towards the majority of the funding going towards domestic water, but of course this is up to the council to decide. And the reason being, because we have our elevated water tank, that at least half of that could be ARPA eligible because it's maintenance related. And then we are having a lot of water line breaks still, and this would give us a couple of years of getting funded fully to our goal. So, our goal is about 5 miles a year. So, and then with the wastewater plant, some of that may be eligible, but we do have the luxury of having that low interest SRF loan for us to use at that plant. So, so that's where we're at with that. I will come back with a list of projects once Doug and I talk some more at another meeting for you to consider.
Tom, does it make any sense at all to, maybe it doesn't, you made the statement that you don't want to do anything that's growth-related, just currently in the ground improvements? I was just wondering if it made sense to have a conversation with the Napa Development Corporation to see if there's any way to combine the efforts, if it makes sense. But if your posturing is such that you don't want to include anything that might be growth-related.
Well, so Mayor, Council Haverfield, that's what when we're listening to these webinars and reading the code, that's what it's saying is not growth related, maintenance related, because that's really what these funds were generated for is to take care of the sewer and water systems that we have
So what
today.
about in areas of deterioration and blight, which basically we do have areas in North Napa that would still fall within maybe a combined front of the city and the Napa Development
Yeah.
Corporation?
I can get on my list to come talk to the Development Corporation and present what we're thinking, see if there's an opportunity, certainly.
Well,
Yeah.
might.
Okay.
Mayor, may I add a comment? Councilor Haverfield, on the ARPA funds, we're learning a little more about how to approach them. And Tom is correct. The ARPA funds will not fund anything that is expansion or growth. They will fund maintenance or corrective issues. They are, however, requiring a degree of, I guess what you call demographic means testing, meaning they want you to prove you need them in the area by supporting it with demographics. What's your population demographics? What's your income demographic? What's your the stratus, the makeup of the population? So it's providing an interesting type of a analysis we typically haven't applied to these investments, but it's more than just need. It's prove that you need the most for the people that are least able to afford it for themselves.
So by definition, would that mean that an urban renewal area would not be an area that they would be interested in?
It might be, if we can I'd have to partner with the economic development to get the information to support this, but that's what we're learning now. They're very aggressive on that. They've even come out directly quoted that we need to look at this with a racial eye, or racial lens. That's a direct quote from the funding sources.
I know the portion of North Napa falls within the urban renewal zone, so
Yeah.
If it makes sense, it just seems to me that that might be something we could combine efforts on.
Yeah. There's more information to be learned in the next few weeks, and as I shift out of the L2, we'll be shifting rapidly into the ARPA and figuring out what to do with it. We have $8.7 million in an account, we'll get more, but there are also other areas with ARPA that we might be able to apply for grants, and so we have a new grants writer. I've asked him to start looking at ARPA from a grants perspective beyond the 8.7 we've received this year to see are there other opportunities. So we don't want to limit ourselves to just the money we've received. The state has monies. There are other grants available. We want to broaden our scope as wide as we can get it to look for everything that's eligible and chase it.
I will follow up and say that we are meeting with Senator Agenbrod tomorrow because he is sitting on the state committee or whatever, and he's asked for some input and information, and so we'll be having further discussions. And thank you for your comment, because the census tracts that are represented in North Napa would absolutely fall within. And when we're looking at maintaining or replacing old water mains, it's certainly something to consider, so thank you.
So, yeah, if there's going to be an opportunity to comment on how the new second wave of ARPA funds are distributed, we're going to recommend a transportation element, because we added up all of the needs in Napa on our deficiencies per year and came up with about $39 million a year, and that's everything: wastewater, irrigation, transportation, and transportation is the biggest percentage. It's about over 35% of that funding gap. So the one thing that Jeff and I and Daniel have been talking about is we see a lot of funds coming either through ARPA or some of these code changes that the state made, the one-time money. So having projects ready is the most important thing. So we've got all these projects that we kicked off with our impact fee. Remember the 14 intersections that Jeff came and talked to you about? You know, various stages of design or right-of-way purchase. So if you can get those in motion, then we can slide other funds into those to help fund that along with our impact fees and get more done for our dollar. So,
And I agree. I mean, even with our, I'm not trying to deviate from the path that's already been defined for the urban renewal, this new zone that we're currently working in, that obviously the library and the public parking structure's in, but there are other identified things in that urban renewal plan that might be right in line with what you're talking about. North Nampa especially, we're on a, and I'm deviating away from obviously what I need to, but Jeff was kind enough to call me today, and we talked a little bit about other matters, but this came up as well. So I'm glad that you're going to be speaking to him. I asked him if he would even come and speak to the council at some point in the future.
okay, so thank you for that suggestion. I appreciate it.
Mayor, question, who's the overseeing audit agency for all this? ARPA? Who makes sure you're
Doug.
is doing what you're
Funds are distributed through what's called the single audit funds, the grants, they call them the single audit program, and will be audited one of two ways, if not both. One way, our annual audit review focuses on the federal grants and government loans that exceed $750,000, and we will see that audited there. Then the federal government eventually comes back and audit our expenditures, if not in total, by specific.
And that happens over what kind of a window of time? The feds come?
Whatever they define. They could come back 10, 15 years.
Man.
As I'm turning my mic on, would you repeat what you just said into your mic? Because of the recording, I realized we missed it. So thank you for restating it.
Remind me what we were, okay, so, I can't remember when the mic was off. So
Just the very, last thing that Dora was saying.
The funds that we will be audited on will be audited two ways. One, our annual audit by Eide Bailey will focus on the government grants. That's a heavy part of their audit. It's called the single audit. They go through and detail our grants and expenditures and make sure we're properly accounting, tracking, and recording. Secondly, the federal agencies that distribute the funds, whether it be the Treasury Department or the OAG, can come back at any time they wish to audit our expenditures, either in totality or by single event. They may pick one project that Tom proposes or we propose and audit that project. But they have an open window of time.
So it's not like just splattered where some municipalities they audit and some they don't. They're going to at least audit one project probably is what I'm hearing from you.
Likely, but let's look at it from a realistic standpoint. They're giving this money in extremely broad bases across the entire U.S. We've seen audits for like Hurricane Katrina that are taking place 10 years after the hurricane. So in reality, are we going to be audited in totality? No, they'll rely on our single audits. But they do reserve the right to audit us.
Got it.
Okay. So I'll move on unless there's more questions on ARPA funds. Okay, so the next item is our Water Division Automated Meter Reader Program. We're about 3/4 of the way done. So 25,000 out of 34,000 customers. So we're going through our zones and installing those in-house.
Mayor, quick question. So once we're done, what happens to the folks that are doing all this good work for us?
They're going to.
What's their next projects?
They're going to transition over to the operations side, so construction projects, maintenance projects, and so there'll be less meter techs, and so we're just.
That's why I was wondering, when you're cutting out the meter readers, what, are we going to reduce our staffing?
It's transitioning them over to a different type of work, so they'll be doing maintenance work on the lines, which is something that we need as well.
So we're way behind, is that what I'm hearing?
On maintenance of our lines, yes.
I mean, but it takes dollars also to do that, but we have the dollars to transfer them to other work projects.
So we weren't going to increase the budget, so we have a plan as we get these implemented. We'll still have a few people that are trained up to troubleshoot these meters.
Okay.
And then we have a crew that will be there to install the meters for the new subdivision. So that's some of those, there's that core team that does that. We'll have a few less of them because it's automated, and then we'll just transition them to a maintenance role.
Okay.
So.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Tom, this has been a long project with replacing the meters, and appreciate that it's being done because I get the big picture of it. But just a question, when it is finally done, since we're at 2/3 right now, is the equipment going to be obsolete and we soon start all over?
No, Mayor, Councilwoman Levi. So we just went through, that we don't anticipate it to be obsolete. And, there may be a few things that we have to repair on it, like the antenna is going bad, but we don't, this is an equipment that we anticipate to be around for many, many years. So it's not, no, the stuff that we've put in from this particular vendor, 5 years ago is still operating just fine.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next. You've got a long report.
Yeah, there was a lot in that report.
There's a lot of work going on.
So irrigation season, definitely a big topic. So I'll try to address some of the questions that came out from the public and was mentioned in the beginning of the meeting. So we've heard, these are, not hard absolute dates of shut off, but the irrigators are talking September 7th, September 15th. They do say that you'll look at these weekly, depending on water usages and weather. And they do intend to try to extend out as much as possible. But given that the water, where it is right now, we don't see being able to get to October 15th. There's going to be a few weeks. They'll be off early.
You expect a drawdown in the domestic then?
So we are not encouraging customers to use domestic water for their irrigation, although it could happen, I suppose. The customer would pay the higher rate because it is a metered water. Irrigation is not metered. As far as capacity of our system, we're not worried about some one-offs here and there. We've got capacity in our systems and our wells to be able to handle that. And these are different water layers, right? So the surface water is totally separate from our domestic drinking. The domestic drinking is way down deep, and we're in pretty good shape. Luckily for Nampa, we got good water quality and we got good quantity because we're in that Boise River aquifer. And so we're doing well there. It's just we don't, it's not sustainable to do that long term. And, we do have a few, we've gotten one question, well, why don't you just, and I know there's a handful of irrigation wells that are actually groundwater wells. They're shallower than our deeper domestic wells, but why don't you just leave those on? Well, so this entire system is interconnected between surface water pumps, and then we have a handful of domestic pumps that pump groundwater for irrigation. There's not enough of them across the city to provide enough pressure into the system for it to provide water to anybody if you only have a handful of wells. So most of the water is coming for the irrigation off of the surface water. So when that goes away, then the whole system goes down, basically. And then just to put it in perspective, we use 4 times the amount of water of surface irrigation than we do domestic, at least 4 times. So it's the system, the domestic system is really not designed to handle full-time irrigation for everybody.
Mayor Tom, and I'm going to ask you, tomorrow, can somebody send me 3 or 4 sentences?
Yes.
'Cause I've gotten several texts from people who are drawing irrigation off wells. So they're not understanding where they're not part of the Pioneer or Marine irrigation, the reason they are having to be shut down early. You explained it to a certain extent, and I understood probably about half of it, but if you could make it in 101 so that I can send that off to folks that have been asking, because I haven't had any answers.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. We've had a number of calls into the city, and we're working on that today. And so we've done some research too, and Amy was part of that recognizing back in 2007, and Sherry helped us with it, and you probably saw everything that they found.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been helpful to do the research, and so we will Tom will work with you and Amy, volunteer Amy.
And if it can't be done tomorrow, I just put that in, but something that I can get back. I told him after the council meeting, I would try to get back.
Okay, Certainly, we can provide some information, and work with the
I just
mayor.
need it in your terms, but 101.
Sir.
Okay.
Mayor?
Sir.
Tom, may I ask you about irrigation?
Uh-huh.
And I would like to be included on that. I think we're talking about one and the same person specifically, but
We'll send it to everyone.
appreciate that. And then secondly is, tonight it was raised about the reimbursement, which I've fielded many calls and texts about that very thing today. Reimbursement of cutting the water off earlier, and what can our residents expect?
So Nampa can guarantee a system to deliver water. Nampa cannot guarantee that there's actually water in the reservoir to convey it to the customer. And that's dependent on a drought in these conditions. So, just to kind of put it in perspective, what our irrigation fees cover, it doesn't just cover water. I mean, there is the underlying water irrigation districts, and then they send us a bill, which ends up being about 30% of our total cost for the enterprise fund. And so that's not going down. They're still charging us the full amount for that. So, and then the other part that is part of these fees is operations. So it's the team that goes out and maintains the system and responds to irrigation breaks. That team is, we still have to cover those costs. And then the last piece is all the infrastructure projects that we bring in forward you all year long. So it's the pumps, the wells, irrigation line repairs and replacements. So those are all in the queue too, and mostly expense. So, I mean, at this point, asking, to reduce our revenue is gonna, something, one of those things I just mentioned has to go down somehow. So, and since we're pretty far down the road on building everything that we expected we would, then I'm not sure where that would come from. That's not something we typically have done, is to provide a credit. Back in 2007, when this happened, we didn't provide a credit either. So, it's really unfortunate, and it's not the best to have to rely on surface water the way that we do. So, that's one of the reasons that we are so excited about this reuse project at the wastewater plant. That's 10 million gallons a day, and that'll extend the season out, and we'll have a lot more control over our water. The other thing that's happening regionally, definitely support these projects that are trying to generate more storage up in the Anderson Ranch. That's another thing that can help us out with this. We're not, growth is not really the issue here. As I think Mayor was pointing out, you get an Amazon and they don't use as much water. We're seeing similar water usage between a farm and a subdivision. It's just a different way of applying it. So they're applying it, subdivisions are applying it through a sprinkler system, and you don't get a lot of runoff from that. Versus a farm, they're flood irrigating, half of them are, and that ends up in a drain, right? So what we are seeing some of the water in the drains go down slightly, but that's the waste end of the farming. So, but it's not growth related. It's basically a one-for-one on that.
So Mayor, just to follow up, I think that was very important too, whether Amy puts it out there or what, so that we are trying to prevent this in the future by the reuse. So, I mean, that's something that I think our citizens need to be aware of, that, yeah, this is a challenge, and we're sorry, but we're trying to do something about it, so this is not gonna happen in the future if we handle it properly.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
a lot of this though is predicated on drought.
Exactly.
Right? So I mean, not related to any of this. We've had incredibly hot summer and low, I mean, our snowpack melted really fast. So, I mean, I think we got to also be really certain that we message that this hopefully is, hopefully we're not going into a long drought, but it's a drought year all across the West.
Yeah.
So how, I mean,
There's a secret, though. Nampa has an irrigation system, Boise does not.
but we're still talking about making sure that our ag partners have enough water to grow food, right, versus our
I'm
lawn.
just saying, we're not paying for domestic use
Oh, I know.
year-round.
I know. We're lucky.
They are.
We're really lucky.
No, we're not lucky, we're just blessed to live in Nampa. So keep that to
We're
yourself.
luckily blessed. We're luckily blessed to live here and have that. But I mean, we have a drought.
Mayor Kling?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
So before you make, whoever makes an announcement, I don't agree with it, but, so what's the numbers then? How much are we gonna lose in revenue by reducing that by a month?
Well,
That's a tough
just an off the top number would be about looking at that, it would be around 700,000 probably.
In
somewhere
one
there.
month?
Yeah.
But then again, we're paying the irrigation district.
Right.
Right? So we're paying for the water. So, and I mean, if you're not in the city, you don't get a refund from the irrigation district because they didn't deliver your full water that year. It is the way it is. If you live out in the country, you pay for your water and you use what you get. You're paying for a water right. It's the right to access the water if the water's there. We are paying to each one of those 3 districts the rights to the water if the water's there, but there is no guarantee it's there. And then, of course, we have the additional costs. So I think the average user may not understand that it is not a guarantee. We're paying for the right to access the water. Am I stating that correctly? Or would you state it differently, Todd?
Mayor, we have our water rights, but they fit in with everybody else's. And if there are others that have a higher priority, then they are entitled to that water before us. But I think you're stating it correctly in that there's no guarantee of water for a particular period of time by the city. You have it as long as it's available.
And the good news is that we have a system to deliver that. But when you take a quarter of the water, and maybe it isn't a quarter, I don't know what the percentage of water Pioneer is delivering, the fact that it's a week ahead of Nampa Meridian and Boise Cuna, and then our wells. So you've got 4 different sources coming in, but our pressurized irrigation system works under pressurization from all, not a percentage. And so, as they shared earlier, when your pumps start going down because you're not delivering the water, the scary thing is you could really damage your pumps, your infrastructure, because you're putting them under stress. So you're trying to get water out there and you don't have the pressure and enough water because the whole system losing one piece of that. It becomes really problematic. The long-term cost of the city could be substantial if we're starting to replace pumps.
Yeah, so the
Put that in
cost
your
of an irrigation pump, a surface irrigation pump, that's $1 million. And that's, of course, you lose a pump, it's not gonna be a full $1 million, but it's a substantial amount, so.
And we had discussions around this today, just so you know, and I appreciate the comments, but we're working today and pulling together the messaging, because watching Facebook over the weekend, we realized that there's a need for education, because people don't understand what it takes to deliver a pressurized irrigation system to our citizens. And I understand their frustration, but I will say, we are so low on water right now. We began a little low, and then we had a low water year. We are now depleted. If we don't have a massive snow, we're going to go into next year, and we're not going to have enough water. But we're going to start the year there. So one of the things we're going to start doing, I don't think the messaging was strong enough from the irrigation companies early enough to say start conserving, start conserving. We've got to conserve, and we've got to start next year conserving. And so we need to have a plan in place to conserve. If I had my way, we would have done something a little faster than this so that we could have extended it at least another week to 2 weeks. That would get us down the road a lot. Right now, where we turn that water off on the 7th, and if there's no rain, it is going to be dry. It's going to be really dry. I would rather turn the water off right now for a week and use none and save that for later so that we could, shift it, but I don't think we can do that.
Shut it off on Wednesday, it's only 75 is the highest.
Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. Anyway, Tom.
Okay, any other further direction or question for me on this? We will put together a release of information, okay? So I think we talked about everything else. Fleet, we had a discussion on that. We'll work with Doug on financing options and then go to a public hearing when we're ready to present that, so.
Any other questions for Tom? Tom, thank you for all you do. Great work. You're doing a really good job.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, let's move to action item 5.7. That way Cindy can go home. So this is an action item to authorize the installation of a no parking zone along Roosevelt Avenue between Middleton Road and Midland Boulevard.
Mayor, it's in our packet, so can we just ask some questions, or do you want to
Yes.
go ahead and go all through all this?
I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
So there's already markers all the way on that road, on Roosevelt.
The Mayor, Councilman Brunner, they tabbed it to the new specification for the 2 lanes of travel, which is what was there existing, with the new bike lanes along the sides.
So it's already been in
So
process.
it's been in, I drive that way in, there are already people using that. The only place where we saw significant parking usage was right there along the, adjacent to the Wilson pathway.
Right.
There's been the no parking cones that have been out there. We have not received complaints regarding that. As well as there is also the new subdivision there just on the north side of the Wilson drain there that has improved boundary so that there can be some residential or there can be some parking there for the pathway as well. The other benefit to this, as was spoken to earlier, is that it does provide continuity not only for the bikes, but for the pedestrians and kids going to the school on the west end
So
of that
what's the 50 to 75 foot paved area already placed there? Right, is south of the new subdivision going in? On the north side of the road?
On the north side of the road. So
What is that about?
that was as part of their subdivision development. They were required to put in pedestrian improvements along their frontage on Roosevelt.
It doesn't cover the whole frontage.
Well, it covers the entire frontage of their subdivision. Once you get beyond that, that's part of the Camden Heights subdivision that was developed back in the very early
But it's
2000s.
on the other side of the Wilson Drain.
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, that is correct. They are the property owner there, though, even though it is there on the other side.
Anyway, it doesn't, from a non, I can't figure it out. And it's not where a lot of people are asking me, but it looks so funny. I just shake my head, what is this all about? So, what's the purpose, I guess? Because it costs money to do. So what are you said they were required, but what's the purpose of it?
It's to provide pedestrian access along that side of the road
For 50 feet?
for their frontage,
Okay.
as per required by city code.
Okay. Anyway, I wish that would have come before us before. I don't know how much that costs, but
I'd have said no on that one.
man, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay.
So in general, we're able to put these bike lanes in for that full mile without reducing any lanes from the existing travel. And so we're just requesting authorization for the no parking to be able to then stripe this. This will be the final piece of the zone that got chip sealed to be striped, and Don's ready and happy to go do it.
Mayor, I make the motion that we accept that since we're not still in any lanes of traffic for cars. I'm in favor of make the motion that we.
It's been moved and seconded that we authorize the installation of a no parking zone along Roosevelt Avenue between Middleton Road and Midland Boulevard. Is there any further discussion?
Question. So Daniel, currently, as I look at the aerial map between Middle Creek Drive, Wilson Pathway, and clear up to Walnut Creek Way, isn't there a sidewalk along that whole stretch there now?
There is, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, there is sidewalk along the south side all the way to, there's a couple of residential properties on the west end of that that were developed in the county and so do not have that. But yes, all the way in front of Middle Creek, out to the Edwards lateral, there is sidewalk in there currently.
So the yellow areas, as I look at this, at Middle Creek Drive, obviously there's, they don't want parking along the road there, but I've seen several people park along the south side of Roosevelt to access the Wilson pathway, since there's no parking area. And there is a sidewalk for people in, like in the wheelchairs, bicyclists can be on that pathway as well. It's at least 5 feet wide, if not wider than that, but it's at least 5 feet wide. So we're giving 2 lanes then for bicyclists, either on the asphalt or on the concrete sidewalk.
The sidewalk is not continuous through the full mile.
Right.
But there is sidewalk in the majority of it. The bike lanes throughout will allow those bicyclists and then pedestrians where there is not sidewalk to use that. But you are correct, there are areas where there will be bike lanes and sidewalks, both.
Well, I'm just thinking for those, and the comments that I've heard is taking away the parking for people to be able to access the Wilson pathway. If they're coming to meet, like my wife will meet someone on the pathway. They'll park on that stretch of Roosevelt to be able to access it, and they meet and they go. Because that individual doesn't live close enough to the pathway to be able to access it like we can. I'm wondering if there's a way to allow there to still be some parking there, since the sidewalk's in place, and kind of cover both at the same time. The people I know, when I ride a bike, and you gotta watch out for me, but I'll go, you know, as far as the path of least resistance, which will be sidewalk to asphalt to the sidewalk again. So it's not that uncommon for people to be able to move back and forth. Cindy in a wheelchair, she's gonna be on the sidewalk in that section of road, not in the street. So,
Could I make a comment real quickly, and that is that we do have a new parking area that the city now owns. Is that what you were going to say?
That was one of the pieces I was going
Thank
to
you.
highlight.
Go for it.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, the subdivision that developed to the north there along Boundary improved a portion of Boundary that will now allow for parking along the side of that, just north of Roosevelt there. In addition,
where's that at? Next to
so,
the pathway?
so yes, right there next to the pathway where it crosses, Boundary is the north-south street right there.
Right.
The Meadowlark Place subdivision, the bare ground that you see in the picture, has recently developed and installed curb gutter sidewalk and finished out the roadway improvements on Boundary to allow for, that would allow for some parking along there that was not previously available.
How many parking spaces do you think?
I would say probably 4 or 5. In addition, there is area beyond the improvements that Darrell, Councilman Bruner was speaking of, that would allow for parking there on the north side. And then there is those pedestrian improvements on the north side that get you back to the path as well, that people can still park on. That would not be signed no parking. And then in addition, the purchase that council authorized of the old school district warehouse.
How many spaces that will be there?
I do not know the answer to that. Darren, do you?
I would envision we'd have somewhere between 12 to 15 parking spaces.
Okay. As long as, you know, we can answer that question for folks that want to use the pathway but can't find a place to park to be able to get onto it without parking in the subdivision and being a hindrance to people that, like in Middle Creek, you can access the pathway through between houses and such, but you're going to be parking in the road somewhere. So as it is right now, I just want to make sure that we've at least been somewhat sensitive to those people as well.
And yeah, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we did look at that as we looked at that, and there is that area there on the north side as well as the Boundary, and then, as Darren stated, the other location that they're looking to improve.
Councilman Bruner is okay with it as it is. And Rodriguez?
I would have taken, not had the developer have to put that little section in. There may have been some room for cars in that area if we hadn't put that 50 to 75 foot, whatever.
That's crazy.
Didn't ask me.
You didn't ask me either.
No, I'm saying he asked you if you're good.
Had the developer do some
Well, you
improved
don't,
landscaping.
you don't go on.
So-
We're talking about a roundabout. I guess.
So we did have a motion and a second, and we're in the discussion. Is there any further discussion? I think I'd like to call for the vote.
Rodriguez?
I ever had a hard time with that, and I had a good talk with Cindy, but I'm going to go with Councilman Bruner on this one. Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Brunner?
Yes.
Not a roundabout.
Thank you. Council, I would love to set a goal right now. Cindy, thank you for being here. Thank you for your feedback. It's appreciated. Council, I would like to set a goal to be out of here by 10, and we have a lot to do. Could we do that, please? Okay, I'm going to ask that, I don't mind the discussion, but let's move it
9:30.
along. Yeah, we've got quite a bit yet to do. So we're moving to action item 5.1. This is a resolution to amend the 2021 budget and authorizing the public hearing. Remind me, I don't think we need to read it in the resolutions in our packet, correct?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Action item 5.2 is the first reading of ordinance amending Title 8, Chapter 9, Section 4 wastewater pretreatment regulations of Nampa City Code. This has been approved by legal, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So move.
And he's got to read it real quick.
Oh.
Thank you, you're fast.
Oh, I can read it fast.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title 8, Chapter 9, Section 4, subsection C, Nampa City Code pertaining to accidental discharge / sludge control plans for pretreatment regulations, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
And now,
Make a motion to pass
Councilman-
under suspension of rules.
With the suspension of rules, so move.
okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Everfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Item 5.3 is an action item to authorize the Fleet Services Division Superintendent to sign service level agreement with the Nampa Rural Fire District for maintenance and repair of Nampa Rural Fire District vehicles and equipment. Doug, thank you for waiting so long tonight.
And Mayor, if I may too, I think it's in the packet. So we are receiving what you consider a fair amount. What was it, about $112 for labor per?
Yeah, so Mayor and Council, the current shop rate is $112.39 per hour, plus I think a 25% parts markup and some
So
surcharges. for certain things.
move as stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Could I ask a quick question? What would the labor rate be out in the market if we were not to provide that service?
Mayor and Council, I did a rough market research about 6 months ago. It was between $125 and $150 an hour, depending on which heavy truck facility you went to. And their parts markup is always at least 100%.
Okay, so really the savings a lot is in the parts.
Oh,
market.
yes, tremendously. Yeah.
Thank you, Doug. I appreciate your work.
Thanks for staying
Thanks,
for
Doug.
this.
Yeah. So is there any discussion, further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.4 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the agreement for hookup of estates at Lake Lowell subdivision to the City of Nampa water system, and the agreement to be annexed to the City of Nampa. Exhibit A with MRCT LLC. This has been approved by legal.
Mayor, a question. From what I read in here, they're not wanting to be annexed. Is that true, Daniel? So how are we going to convince them to be annexed in the future?
They're not contiguous at this point.
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, that is correct. They are not currently contiguous to a point that the State Tax Commission would allow them to annex at this point. So they touch on a right-of-way corner, but a right-of-way corner does not make a legal annexation path. And so they are requesting to connect to our utilities, sign the annexation agreement, whenever either the property on the northwest corner or northeast or southeast corner annex, which are both contiguous and can be annexed. Once they annex, then we can annex the entire development.
So this would be a forced annex down the line?
They, as part of the agreement, they consent to annexation, and so it would not be forced. Anyone who buys in there is an heir to that agreement and has already,
Okay, so
by
they're-
such,
so
agreed to
they're
annex.
all, every buyer, purchaser in that area is going to be hopefully not in fine print, but also receiving verbally from somebody that this is what they're agreeing to.
They would, when they close on their lot, they would receive a copy of this agreement that is recorded against the property. And the realtor should be explaining that to them.
Okay, just so I realize there's going to be a lot of different realtors, but this has come up somewhat before where it's not being communicated. And then they get surprised later down the line. So I know we can't force realtors to just communicate, but somehow if we can encourage them strongly.
We do have a representative from the developer. If you have questions for him here, I'm sure he would agree to make sure that that communication happens in the lot sale.
And this is all being paid?
Paid for by the developer,
As far
correct.
as this hookup?
Correct.
Yes.
So Daniel, in the past, I thought there was an additional cost associated with a non-annexed parcel utilizing city services. Are their rates higher?
Yes, the mayor and Councilman Haverfield, yes, their usage rates are higher than in the city limits usage rates
How much?
until such doubled.
That's what I thought. So that's the incentive for them to be annexed, is the fact that they're going to be paying more.
Thank you, because I was not, at least if I was aware of it, I hadn't forgotten. So that's a good point. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Okay, is there a motion?
Make a motion to authorize mayor to sign this hookup agreement as presented to us in our packet.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Munchy?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Haverfield.
Yes.
I'm sorry you had to wait so late. Thank you for your patience this evening. Worth the wait, thank you. And thank you for your development. Thank you. Item 5.5 is an action item. This is the first reading of the irrigation annexation ordinance to annex into the municipal irrigation district of the city of Nampa the described real properties listed in Exhibit A, and direct the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules and the summary of publication.
An ordinance of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, annexing a portion of the underlying irrigation district into the municipal irrigation district of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly.
Make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules and also the summary of publication.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? And Haverfield.
Yes.
5.7 is done, so we'll move to 5.8. This is an action item to award a bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for Canyon Street and Smith Avenue Waterline Improvement Project with Capital Paving in the amount of $981,136.49.
Mayor, is this approved in the budget?
It does not say right there, so I'd have to open that item. Is it approved in the FY21 budget? Okay.
Legals looked at it too.
I realize this one does not say, it's missing that piece of text.
It's Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, yes. Legal has reviewed the boilerplate documents. There's no special documents involved with this contract.
I realized I didn't have it open as my computer had gone to sleep, but it is approved in the FY21 budget, and this is there's no legal review necessary because it's a boilerplate document.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, Daniel, since you're standing there, the bid was, were there multiple bidders?
It says it received 4 bids.
Yeah. Yes.
Capital was the low bid.
Okay. I'll make a motion then to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign this contract for Canyon Street as presented to us in our packet.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I will say, Danielle, let's in the future, and Tom, I think one of the things that some of our citizens have been asking is that we enclose the bids, that we're a little bit more transparent, and I don't know if we want to do that, and tell me why I'm not seeing the actual, I see it says 4 bids, but I'm just looking. Oh, I'm sorry, it's on the other document.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you, I didn't-
typically include the bid tabulation that shows each bidder and what their costs were.
I just didn't go down far enough in here and I'd forgotten. Thank you. Okay, good job, guys. Excuse me. Okay, now we're ready for roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Machi?
Yes.
And Haverfield.
Yes.
Okay, so items 5, 9, 5, 10, and 511. 5, 9 is the mayor's salary first, and these are a follow-up to the discussion we had before, and the ordinances are in the packet. And so it is a first reading of ordinance, changing the mayor's salary, and then the next one is correcting an error in the council's salary before we move into the ordinance of changing the council salary.
Mayor Kling, I have a question. Why does the mayor's position not accrue personal leave
It just
as a
doesn't,
full-time employee?
it just doesn't. I don't know
By
why.
way of
but-
what?
That's a really good, I have no idea. I just know it doesn't. It could be a state statute, is it?
I don't think so, but I think Councilmember Mucci and Mayor, the mayor can be gone when she wants to be gone.
But,
And I get to be here.
Oh, don't ever leave.
Can you glue her to the seat, please?
You're duct taped. Follow up, please. We're supposed to get out of here. But she could take time off, but is that paid time? Because I mean, right? You can take
I
3
am-
weeks off, but
There's no.
is that paid time?
Right, you just don't accrue anything. You don't accrue vacation, you just take time off. You still get paid.
So you still get paid leave.
get
It's
paid
just not
when
an accrual. Okay,
Correct.
that makes sense.
That's
Thank
the
you.
same with elected officials at the county and
Consistent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't answer it officially, but I know what it is.
Okay,
So,
thanks.
okay, so I guess let's read the ordinance and then we'll decide where to go.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa amending Title II, Chapter 1, Section 4 of the Nampa City Code in accordance with Idaho Code 50-203, providing for the mayor compensation, providing for market adjustments, providing for a waiver of the second and third reading rules, and providing an effective date.
Okay, so it's not the whole thing, but what is the will of the council?
I'll make a motion to approve
Under suspension of rules.
under suspension of rules, yes.
Second.
Mayor, I still have a question about this. The personal leave. So we have a mayor who's honest and forthright, but what if you didn't and they could just take as much time as they want and they're technically the boss? So who's gonna push back on that if I decided as the mayor, I'm gonna take 8 weeks off? Is it not better to have typical personal leave accrual that then we know there's a standard set for? I'm not ever saying that I think you would,
It's a good question, though.
I just think it's weird.
Mayor and Councilmember Mucci, essentially as an elected official, you're accountable to the voters for how much you're here and how much work you do.
I understand that, but I think there's also, you're considered the head of the city, and I don't know that most people would push back on that. And I don't know what kind of whistleblower, it just seems to me like it should be more formalized, that there's a standard amount of time that maybe wouldn't be potentially abused at some point. I don't know.
Or fall within the PL.
It's just the same standard that the other employees have.
Call for the vote.
Me.
It is 25 till 10, but
No, I think
it's important. yeah.
I think it's the transparency issue that where we may be authorizing something that in the wrong context could be abused by somebody.
Recall.
Councilmember Munchy, that's possible, but again, that's the kind of the way being an elected official works. I can say in some of my other public service, there were officials that I served with that did take a couple of months off. But they either didn't run for office or they were held accountable but it's just part of the way you serve as an elected official. You are accountable to the voters for.
So it's a standard. It's just, okay, all right.
And
Goodman.
we can, council, I would think, especially the president, can be the accountability. I mean,
I'll make sure she's here.
Actually, I think all the directors of my staff
They
know
know.
my schedule, yeah.
I don't think there's any question on your schedule.
Yeah.
No,
Be for a
we need you
future,
to take some
a
off.
future mayor.
Okay, but we got to.
So is there any,
Call for vote.
what's that?
Yeah, I think there's.
You take
Yeah,
off as
wouldn't
much
it be
time
nice,
as you
yeah.
want.
Okay.
There have been some council people haven't.
I don't want to limit discussion, but
Okay.
are we okay
let's
to
go.
call for the vote? Roll call?
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
510 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance retroactively correcting the council's salary, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved.
You have to
You
read
read
it.
it, don't you?
Yeah,
Oh.
if you could read it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa acknowledging an internal computing error, providing for a single sum compensation for city council members, correcting said error, providing for a waiver of the second and third reading rules, and providing an effective date.
So moved. Under suspension of rules.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer.
This is the correction.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Haverfield.
Yes.
511 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance changing the council salary, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules. If you could read it.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa amending Title II, Chapter 2, Section 2 of the Nampa City Code in accordance with Idaho Code 50-203, providing for the city council compensation, providing for market adjustments, providing for waiver of the second and third reading rules, and providing an effective date.
Mayor, I kind of caught Doug off. I've asked, I would like to know the approximate dollar amount of the benefit package for council people.
I read the number just a couple days ago, and I can't remember it exactly, but I know approximately. But it's the same for council as for all other employees of the city. The average cost, annual cost of employee benefits is just a bit over $15,000 on average, because, you've got single, married, family, on average, it's about $15,000 per employee.
And Mayor, just to announce, I will not be voting for this, and I realize that Councilwoman Levi has chosen to pretty much make this a full-time job. I do also know that with her gifts and skills and whatever, she could be doing whatever she wants to do besides this job. So as far as I realize it's more philosophical than anything as far as the amount of money but as far as the public out there, the citizens, with the rates that we have, we're still the highest rate for property taxes of any city surrounding us that I'm aware of.
In terms of levy rate, but not necessarily in terms of dollars.
So anyway, I just don't feel like this is an incentive for people to run for this office and not in favor of this ordinance. So I'll be voting against it.
Is there any further discussion? Yeah. And I have to say, I still stand on the principle that a workman is worthy of their wage. And I think our Nampa City Council, we're by far one of the lowest paid, and the other cities do provide the same benefits that we provide here, and
We're lower paid, we're just talking about how we're losing employees because we're lower paid in
We are.
comparison to. So I'm sorry, Mayor, I don't buy that message. And anyway, I just don't think, and I don't want to get personal here, but I mean, there's people that are not in a lot of need for this on this council. I know we're talking about future councils just like future mayors. But I just don't think this is the time to be taking a raise. That's my own opinion. No one else may agree with me on that, but that's my opinion. And we're part-time employees. We're not full, we're set up, Councilwoman Levi is doing it full-time, but that's her choice. We are set up to be part-time employees. Okay, enough of me. We're gonna get out of here.
is there any other
Be interested in
discussion?
knowing what Jean's thoughts are.
Yeah, you weren't here last time, were you?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield. I agree with Councilman Brunner. I'm a no.
Any further discussion?
It is. So there isn't a motion on the floor yet.
sorry.
I just make a motion that we do not accept this ordinance as read. No raise for the council.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? I almost forgot there wasn't a motion, so excuse me. I was ready to, okay? I
Mayor
think-
Kling?
Yes.
And to Councilman Bruner's point, it doesn't matter to me, but I think the person that sits in seat number 5, it might matter to. And whether, well, I won't go into the election process this fall, but I know that, like with Sandy, it's very important. And so, and we're talking, what, $5? I don't know what the difference is, but it's pretty minimal. But I think the point is, it's the people that follow us that I'm looking at. And I can choose to do whatever I choose to do, with the stipend that is given to me. It goes back to as a tithe, or it goes back to the city. It is what it is. That's my choice. And we talked about freedom earlier tonight of choice, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Is there any further discussion?
Mayor Kling. This is not about our worth in my estimation. My vote, at least, is not, I just agree with Councilman Bruner. And I think right now, when we continue to hear the challenge to keep employees, I'd rather have any dollar I could make here go towards keeping somebody who's working here full-time and doing the day in, day out job of the city employees that we so desperately need to keep. And I just think it's fiscal conservative for me.
And I have to say, as always, I greatly appreciate this council and so respect the views of each one of you when you come have your ideas. So thank you just for who you are, and thank you for your service. And with that, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield? Bauer? And Bruner.
Yes.
Okay, 512 is an action item. This is to approve the $2,800,000 of funding for the transition period of October 1 to December 31 for the Nampa Rural Fire District, funding to come from the City of Nampa Fund Reserves.
Mayor, can I do this from right here?
Yes,
for
you may.
Time? Okay.
Yes, you may.
I've already discussed the $2.8 million. The question that we're asking you is to approve the leveraging of our reserves to pay this $2.8 million rather than taxing the constituents. And that's the basic approval I am seeking.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. It also limits it to $2.8 million,
To 2.8,
which is
yes.
an important piece. And then really saving our taxpayers, and Doug, thank you so much, our taxpayers, that taxing amount. Okay, is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bruner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Excuse me.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Machi?
Yes.
513 is an action item, and this is to authorize the finance director to sign the FY22 Blue Cross Health contract.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I think this is really a great change for employees. I know the deductible is a little bit higher, but the out-of-pocket costs, emergency room visits, all of those things are significant. I like the incentive to use generic brands.
Yeah.
All of the things. I think this hopefully will be a significant benefit to employees who need to use their benefits. So I appreciate the due diligence. Thanks.
May I add just a comment about this, Mayor, very quickly? The benefits are improved. Let me just state why I really wanted to push this year. When I started here just under 3 years ago, our health trust reserves, so we're self-funded, right? So we pay for our own insurance. Our health trust investment was about $2.2 million. Now it stands about $3.1 million. So it's been growing. COVID's being hard to predict it, but we couldn't continue to let our trust grow. So the decision was made to improve the benefits, spend a little bit of the trust dollars, and give the employees better benefits. But we will evaluate that And if the benefits are used too rapidly, we may come back next year and moderate this, but this is a good move for right now.
Thank you, Doug. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
So we're going to move to section 7 of the agenda, on the agenda, and we have a number of items in unfinished business. So we're going to start with the first action item. This is a resolution for the comprehensive plan map amendment from medium-density residential to residential mixed use for property located at 14095 North Nana Lane for Kristen Lawrence. The resolution, we don't have to read it. Are there any questions?
I'll make a motion to pass the resolution as presented to us in the packet.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, and Haverfield.
Yes.
7.2 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for a zoning map amendment for RS 8.5 zoning district from RS 8.5 to business neighborhood to allow for additional structures on a 3.78 acre parcel that is currently operating as a wedding venue. This is for Kristen Lawrence.
So moved, Mayor. I approve.
And he'll have to read
I'll
it.
read it first.
And
Oh,
it's
sorry.
requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho to provide a BN zone designation for certain lands located at 14095 North Nana Lane, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 3.78 acres more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, rezoning said property from RS 8.5 to BN, providing for recordation, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as BN on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, subject to the conditions imposed by the city council, directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for a development agreement, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So moved under suspension of rules.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, Haverfield,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
So 7.3 is a resolution again, and so we won't be reading the resolution, and then after that, the rest of them are ordinances that we will read. So 7.3 is a resolution for a comprehensive plan future land use map amendment from medium-density residential to community mixed use at 0 East Locust Lane. This is the southeast corner of Southside Boulevard and Locust Lane intersection. This is for the public storage units and restaurant for Linda Claiborne.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, and Haverfield.
Yes.
And we have 5 more ordinances to read. So the next one is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to community business at 0 Locust Lane. This is, again, from BC zoning to allow for the public storage units and restaurants.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 East Locust Lane, southeast corner of the intersection of Southside Boulevard and Locust Lane, comprising 19 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the City of Nampa and zoned BC. Declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as BC on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, providing a development agreement, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code 63215.
Is there a motion to pass under suspension of rules?
So moved.
Under suspension of rules?
Yes.
Roll call. Thank you.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Werner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. And Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 7.5 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for vacation of an approximately 2 to 4 foot area by 51 foot area sewer easement for a portion of 1817 Sunny Ridge Road in the Parkwood Apartments. This is for Tom Wilson, representing Parkwood Association, and it's requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a 2 to 4 foot by 51 foot sewer easement within a portion of the property more commonly known as 1817 Sunny Ridge Road in the southeast quarter of the southwest quarter, Section 34, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, more particularly described below in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, and orders and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Werner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 7.6 is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for vacation of approximately 12 foot by 145 foot utility easement, a portion of 1104 and 1112 West Flamingo Avenue for Chloe and Mark's subdivisions. This is for Joseph Luna, representing Terry McDonald, and requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating, this looks like the wrong one. The wrong text.
Flamingo, 1104.
No, this is for Sunny Ridge.
Sunny Ridge is the one we just did. Yeah,
Right.
so you,
I'll have to look up the text real quick.
Got it.
okay,
Highlighted.
sure. If you've got it, go for it.
I don't have it in front of me.
7.6.
This is your moment.
7.6,
7.6.
yes.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a 12-foot by 145-foot, approximately 1,740 square feet, utility easement within a portion of the property more commonly known as 1104 and 1112 West Flamingo Avenue, parcels R121491010 and R1251010B0, Chloe and Mark's subdivisions in the northeast quarter of Section 17, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, more particularly described below in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use in the area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof, and the conflict therewith. And I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance as read, under suspension of rules.
Good job.
Got it all done.
Thank goodness for Nathan.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Werner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. And Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 7.7 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS7 zoning district for East Canyon Elementary at 18408 Northside Boulevard in order to connect the school to utility services.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 18408 Northside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 10 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa and zoned RS7, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa and to designate said property as RS7 on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215.
Who would like to do this one under suspension of rules?
So
Wake
moved
up.
under suspension of rules.
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Werner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes?
And Machi?
Yes.
Item 7.8 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for vacation of an approximately 20 by 70 foot area if it's a storm drain easement, which is a portion of 504 Bay Hill Drive for Greg Bullock. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a 20-foot by 70-foot storm drain easement within a portion of the property more commonly known as 504 Bay Hill Drive in the southwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 4, Township 2 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, more particularly described below in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, and orders and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Is there a motion?
So moved under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Werner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
That concludes our unfinished business. Our pending ordinances are all noted there. And at this time, I would ask for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061F to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss the legal ramifications and legal options for pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated, but imminently likely to be litigated.
Moved.